Good afternoon. We're going to call the City Council meeting for the City of Indio, including the Indio Water Authority, the Electric Finance Authority, and the Public Finance Authority, to order on Wednesday, August 20th at 2:30. And if we could have roll call, please.
Councilmember Guitron.
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz. Councilmember Furman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Holmes.
Present.
Mayor Miller.
Present. At this time, if you could all rise, and if Mayor Pro Tem Holmes would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Absolutely. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. At this time, we'll move on to public comments. Anybody that wishes to speak on anything, please let us know. Is there anybody that wishes to speak on anything, or anybody in the queue?
There are none, Mayor.
And with that, we'll move on to item number 4 now, which is discussion items for the study session on proposed city council protocols. Stephen, our city attorney, will be handling this.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, it's quite loud. The proposed city council protocols that you have in front of you are an attempt to put down in writing a lot of the pattern and practices of the Indio City Council that you have operated under for many, many years. The city actually has much more information on how the city council operates in its municipal code than most agencies would have if you go to chapter 30, but there are still some additional practices that you engage in that we thought it would be better to get down in writing, make sure that everyone's on the same page with. The intent of these protocols was to write down what your existing practices are. The intent is not to change your existing practices. So for that reason, the mayor appointed an ad hoc committee of the mayor and the mayor pro tem. Now we're lower. We met a few times over the spring and then produced the document that you have in front of you as attachment 2. I'd be happy to go through it sort of section by section if you like. You've all had it for a few days now, though. So I guess my question is, Mayor, what would the pleasure of the council be? Would you like me to walk you through? Do you think we maybe just go through sections that people have questions on?
I'm good with going through it, but I'd like to see what the fellow council members would be. Yeah, if you could give us an overview of it. And I know we're going to conduct the study session. After that, we're going to go to doing a little direction. But when we go forward with it, are you going to be able to just highlight some of the aspects of it and why?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So section 1 contains defined terms. I know the city council, after being in elected office, being around municipal government for as long as you have, knows what all of these terms are. But remember, the purpose of this document is not just for us, it's also for the public. And so there are some things that members of the public may not be intimately familiar with. And so we did put those definitions in there.
And if I could, one real quick second, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Stephen, but I just want for the public to know too, considering we didn't talk about it, this was brought forward under a previous administration when we had Mayor Lupe Ramos Amit and myself as the Mayor Pro Tem. We brought it forward. Then with the changing of the city council, we decided to bring it back, and it was myself and Mayor Pro Tem Elaine Holmes that finished it up, but this was something from almost a year back that we started. So I just want people to realize that it was not something that came up after, it was something we finished it up from the previous administration. That's
correct. The initial work started on this about a year ago, and it really gathered steam in the last few months. The types of things that you'll see in the definitions sections are the definition of an ad hoc committee versus the definition of a standing committee. Those are terms that oftentimes get used by members of the public and even people who are here at the city. And it's important to understand what the differences between those two types of bodies are, because the Brown Act requirements apply differently to those two different bodies. We also include references to things like the Fair Political Practices Commission, as well as the FPPC regulations that they're responsible for regulating, the Political Reform Act. We do have information in here on items like quasi-judicial hearings. This is when we get into pretty technical stuff. I think we're all very comfortable using the phrase public hearing, right? But not all public hearings are created equal. Some public hearings are for things like taxes. Some public hearings are for things like planning commission items. And those latter types, where we have an application, we're applying the law to that application, that's where we have a quasi-judicial hearing. And as you'll see later, there are specific rules that the council should probably engage in when we're dealing with those specific types of hearings. Moving on to section 2, this is sort of an aspirational statement that we worked on with the mayor, then the mayor pro tem, and also just to give clarification. What is the purpose of the protocols? The city exists in a highly regulated environment. We have the Brown Act, we have the Public Records Act, we have the Political Reform Act. All of those, we have the city's municipal code. All of those govern how the city council and the city operate. The purpose of these protocols is not to supersede any of those laws, but actually to cohesively state a lot of the common requirements in a single place, and also to, where appropriate, raise the standard a little bit. Section 3 is on openness. Now, this is a restatement of our rules regarding meetings. You would find most of these rules codified in the Brown Act and also in the municipal code. So, for example, 3.1 states, the first sentence is that we will comply with the Brown Act when it comes to meetings. But essentially is clarifying that the city council operates not as individuals, but operates as a body of 5 through a majority, 3. And that can only occur at a properly noticed public meeting. That gives both the public the opportunity to know what's going to be discussed, but also members of the council an opportunity to participate and be there, be present. We do talk about things like serial meetings. This is one of those more complicated concepts when it comes to the Brown Act. What is a serial meeting? For those of us who attended my AB 1234 training a few months ago, you'll remember there's a couple different kinds of serial meetings. We call the ABC, which is one council member talks to one council member who then talks to a third. And then we have the hub and spokes, where 3 different council members speak through an intermediary. And the purpose of that is just to clarify that just because 3 council members aren't in the same room at the same time doesn't mean that we aren't inadvertently or advertently having a meeting, right? 3.3 restates in general terms when it is appropriate to hold closed sessions. Closed sessions are executive sessions of the city council, where the city council does not meet here on the dais. They meet in a confidential meeting to discuss items like lawsuits and personnel matters. We talk about proactive communication. And, a lot of that is making sure that we have business-like and efficient meetings. I know it's very important to this council. That requires that staff prepare staff reports and backup that explain what's going on, not just for the council, but also for the public. It requires that the council, the staff, and the public read those documents in advance. And if there are questions or clarifications, oftentimes getting that information into staff in advance of the meeting allows those things to be clarified in an efficient way. At the very least, it ensures that if we are going to have an inquiry or a discussion at the meeting, that we are fully prepared to have that conversation and give you the information that you're looking for. Section 4 goes to fairness of process. This is in part talking about, we'll get to the quasi-judicial hearings in a second, but initially it talks about some of the more general concepts, which is we should be making decisions on the merits, right? Indio has a practice of being thoughtful in its deliberations. The city council wants to be businesslike in its operations. And that means looking at the facts and the law and the best interests of the community as a whole. I know sometimes that's difficult, especially because state law essentially requires that the council be elected by districts. But although you are elected by a district, you are elected to represent the entire community, as you all know. Meetings with applicants and interested persons, this is very common. People who have business before the council want to meet with you. Some city councils adopt rules that are very strict on that process. We've not done that here. If folks, applicants, residents want to meet with individuals, they can. There may be some disclosure requirements, especially when we get to those quasi-judicial hearings. The mayor may adopt additional procedural guidance if we get into those situations, if in consultation with the city attorney's office. We encourage We don't require council members to disclose any substantive meetings they've had. If you've met with residents, if you've met with applicants, if you've met with interested parties, to disclose that so your colleagues know the benefit of the information that you're bringing to the table, as well as things like site visits. I know personally, when I am doing substantive work on planning items, there's nothing that quite beats going and looking at the neighborhood or at the site. And I think disclosing that on the record is something that is encouraged here and is good for the public debate. 4.4, civility and decorum. Pretty common stuff there that we want to encourage that business-like attitude. 4.5 adopts Rosenberg's Rules of Order. This is a recommendation from the League of California Cities. I know a lot of folks will say that there are other rules of orders, like Robert's Rules of Order, that should be adopted. Robert's Rules of Order is adopted for large legislative bodies. It is not easily adapted for use by a city council. In fact, most people who talk about using Robert's rules typically have never read them. Whereas Rosenberg's rules are the rules that you actually follow in your everyday proceedings here at the city council. And it's available in a pamphlet that's only a few pages long. So it's more accessible to the public. It is actually applicable to a city council. And like I said, recommended by the League of California Cities. 4.6, that's the quasi-judicial hearings that we talked about. Some cities adopt specific rule sets just for those. We don't have a specific rule set here in Indio. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's just important that we recognize that when we're in that quasi-judicial mode, when we're dealing with an application or an appeal from a specific applicant, you are more like judges than you are like legislators. And so in those cases, the requirement that you be fair and free of bias, the requirements that you disclose ex parte communications, those are all heightened. And so if we ever have any questions about those, feel free to ask. We'll make sure that we are preserving the rights of the applicants in front of the body. And then lastly, 4.7, attentiveness at meetings. I will be honest, I'm guilty of this one in the last couple decades of my career. It's usually the budget. It's the least city attorney document that usually comes forward, but it's one of the most important ones, right? And so when you have a presentation like that that's maybe an hour long, but it's critical, even though it's incredibly important that we pay attention, this simply codifies that. It also recommends against using your electronic communications during the meeting. We talked about it during our AB 1234 training about the City of San Jose case. This was a case where someone did a Public Records Act request for the text messages of the council members while they were on the dais during a meeting. And the question was, what are they talking about? Who are they talking to? So I think it's important that we give the impression that we are focusing on the matter at hand. The mayor and the mayor pro tem agree. That's why we have that section in there. Section 5, agenda preparation. This one, had a lot of conversation between the mayor and I, making sure that we got this down. I hope we have what's in front of you, the process that you are using currently, which has the city manager in consultation with the mayor and city attorney preparing the draft agendas. So that happens now. City manager, working with staff, prepares draft agendas, sends them to the mayor, and sends them to our office for meetings. 5.2 discusses that the mayor then looks at that agenda and concurs with it, or if there are items that aren't ready, in the mayor's opinion, for city council discussion, need additional workup, the mayor can defer those to a later time, of course, subject to the city council deciding when things come before the council. So if the council wanted to override that, they could. 5.3, the mayor as the presiding officer, so this is both under the Brown Act and under Rosenberg's, the mayor has the ability to place items directly on the agenda. The mayor does not need to go through the city manager. The mayor does not need to go through the city attorney. If the mayor wants to place an item on the agenda, the mayor has that ability, as does a majority of the city council. So that's 5.4 and 5.5. 5.6 is a restatement of the Brown Act requirement, which is if we don't have something on the agenda, but it needs to be on the agenda, it's an urgency item, the city council may place that on an agenda so long as it meets that heightened vote requirement and it meets the other necessary justifications under the Brown Act. And then lastly, 5.7 is a restatement again of the Brown Act, which is if an item is not on the agenda, it's not something that the city council can be acting on. Section 6, this was another item that we had some good discussion about, which was city council committees. The mayor, as the presiding officer, creates, defines the scope of, and appoints council members to council committees. And that is both ad hoc and standing committees. The city council may override a decision of the mayor by a 2/3 vote. That's how it's stated in section 6. And then the rest of section 6 goes through the differences and more additional detail on how they are created, how they are appointed, standing versus ad hoc. The biggest difference between a standing and an ad hoc committee is a standing committee requires agendas to be posted and requires public participation. A standing committee is a committee of the council that has continuing jurisdiction over an item versus an ad hoc committee where you have a limited term appointment. It's to deal with one specific thing. We also deal with reports because remember, the purpose of a committee is not to be a mini city council that is making decisions. The purpose of a committee is to advise the council as a whole and to make sure that the council's advice is being heard by staff. So there is a requirement of regular reports back to the city council so the entire city council knows what discussions and advice the committee has been giving, as well as a written report at the conclusion of the committee's work. And then finally, staff support. Both the city manager and the city attorney, as your two appointed officials that you appoint, are required to provide sufficient staff to support the committees at the mayor's request. Section 7, appointments. So we just talked about council committees. Now we're talking about outside the city, right? So these are JPAs that we are a part of. These are regional task force, things like that. And the mayor, again, here has the ability to appoint members of the council to those outside committees. Appointments, again, are effective unless overridden by a 2/3 vote of the council. 7.3 discusses member compensation. So we do have an update to the compensation ordinance that went into effect last year. And this is simply a reminder that there's no ability to have that on autopilot under state law. The city council has to adopt its COLAs, essentially, on a regular basis. My recommendation is to adopt them in the January or beginning of the year before each election cycle. That's when we get the updated data from the state, and the increases do not go into effect until the next regular municipal election, which would occur later in that year. 7.4 is, I would call this more of an aspirational statement as opposed to a strict policy. 7.4 states the preference of the council to fill vacancies by appointment and avoid the need for a special election. However, this does not tie the council's hands in any way. If the council decides that a special election is warranted in those circumstances, then that is for the will of the council. Section 8 describes administrative support. There's a lot of information here regarding council correspondence. Also a recognition of the mayor as the city's official spokesperson and person who can take official positions for the city.
I might jump in there, Mayor. There's some verbiage that we'll see in 11.1 that talks about when the mayor is not present or not able, what the process will be. And historically, it's moved from mayor pro tem to the most senior. So when there is time for comment, this one, and I think there's 11.4, for spokesperson responsibilities, community events, would you want the same process followed, or is it different? Because it's only mentioned 11.1. So when we get there, we can swing back to 8.2 to kind of clarify the desire of the council.
Right. Thanks, sir. Section 9, use of city personnel, equipment, and resources. These are general restatements of existing state law that generally prohibit city resources from being used for personal use, especially for campaign purposes. And 9.3 discusses the city manager's administrative role in managing those resources.
Question, Counselor.
Yes, sir.
I noticed in my recent encouragement by city staff to attend the new council people, that was a topic in discussion. What some cities are doing is they're actually doing it in advance before the election year comes in. All those elected cannot use any resources, not just wait for the election, but actually do it ahead of time.
Sure.
So, considering I know there's been challenges in the SPAT, not with the existing body, using resources in order to, in other words, start having town hall meetings during the election while you're running. And that was a topic at this, where I just attended. And they said what they've done to resolve that, a couple of the cities, they just did it ahead of time. So in other words, like 60 days before, because you're not supposed to do it anyways, but at least you catch it ahead of time. So, and that seems to be something that has taken place because of that. And I'm not saying anyone here, but it's happened.
But no, it's a good point, because I know sometimes when there's elections, some people think that the city favors our council members' favor, and it's like, if I get called to a town hall or somebody in my district wants to have a town hall, we usually go.
Yeah.
And, but it's good to have this, I think it's good to have this in place to say, okay, this far in front of an election, let's try not to do it. But, I mean, I know we're gonna have comments, but, you know, the other thing too is another fallback is sometimes we have town halls, in our districts throughout the years. So we've had, you know, a good record of doing that here, but when we're gone, we don't know what might happen, because this document's gonna be here for a while. So, no, that's a good point.
So, to the council member's point, it's a good point. It relates to town halls and then also just informational sessions that the city may have during those time periods. The threshold I've seen most commonly applied is 90 days.
That's what I was gonna say, it was.
Before an election?
That's what I saw, either 90 days or 60 days, but I think I would avoid it. I think if,
At least 90 days or more, otherwise we're the ones that, you know, do the town hall and it's not organized by the city. I
But
think
this
that's
is
safer.
specifically organized by the city, correct?
Right.
Right.
yes.
Or
Right.
using city resources.
City
Yeah.
resources.
So the issue that I've seen is, obviously, you when you're campaigning, or just you when you're in office, you can go to any town hall you'd like
Right.
to. The issue I've seen is either the city putting it on, or city staff being requested to attend. Because remember, city staff are being paid by the city, they are city resources as well. And so if that's a rule that you want us to codify, you know, 90 days before an election, city resources, but at the same time, be careful with this, right? Couple things to keep in mind. One, your constituents may want to know, where the heck did city staff go? 90 days, you know, there may be pressing issues that people want to talk about during that time period. Just because there's an election doesn't mean they don't want to see that. The other thing to think about is, you know, when you have ballot measures, the city is allowed to do informational programming,
Right.
not advocacy, informational. And so we'd make sure, maybe we'd want to clarify the language of that so as not to prohibit the city from independently engaging in that informational activity, educational activity.
I think if there was, again, a discussion, is have staff come back with something that we can, I mean, I just came up with it because since the topic came up.
The difference is it's hosted, but if we're having an event, let's say we use Trilogy as an example, and there's a big event, so council can't go to an event that's very delicate to that community because it's before an election. If it's in your district, I mean, you're going to go there, and you're more than likely staff's going to be there because it's something that's affecting them. And I'm using Trilogy because, you know, of all the stuff going on there now. If we don't show up, the first thing they're going to say is, council doesn't care. My council member that we elected is not sitting here. Why? Because it's before the election. I want to hear what he has to say about this subject. So I think it depends on if the city is actually hosting it for an event that highlights the council member or that. But to say you can't go on an area that's one of your biggest voting blocks is disservice to them too, because now you're not helping your residents by answering the questions and wanting to know where they ask you what's the difference between an email. They want to know where you stand. Where do you stand on this issue? So when I vote, I know what's going on. But you not showing up shows that you either don't care or you don't want to answer it because you don't like you don't want to give us an answer. So I think it has to be kind of, you know, is the city sponsoring it and you're asking them to do it, or is the city going because they've been asked by the HOA and staff's there, and because you're that representative, you go. Because even the other day, there was an event at Indian Palms, and, you know, Mr. Goutron went there, but they were asking where the rest of us were. None of us knew about it, but I'm saying they were more concerned that we didn't have, even though we don't represent them, where were we in this thing? Because it's important to them. So I don't know how you word that, but I would say it's got to be something where it's not sponsored by the city in terms of something that's going to be politically motivated, but showing up at something that's important to your jurisdiction, like if it'd be like at Four Seasons or one of yours, or
Well, we did it with, like, say, for instance, the police department. They went around recently,
Yeah.
and they were doing those, and some of us, we showed up to, actually, we were all at the church,
Yeah.
with one of them. There's nothing wrong with that, I don't think, but
Yeah.
like Councilmember Catrone said, if we have staff come back with something that specifies and clarifies all that language, I think that's a good idea.
how do we do that with when we're doing this?
Well, I think it's more evident when let's just put candidate, is actively stating, I'm gonna have 6 of these or 4 of these, and you're doing the
Yeah.
organization. Versus staff saying, hey, this road issue, it's in your area, and you're gonna talk about it. I think when it's initiated by that means, versus for the next 60 days, they wanna do this, this, and this, and
Oh,
this.
I agree, but I mean, the way you made it sound was that if there was within 60 days of a council election, you wouldn't be able to go anywhere you want to go with staff there. You might not know staff's there, and the police chief shows up, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, can I be here? Can I not? You can't handicap the community's association with the council members. So I think we just need to be careful on what we're doing, and staff can be there. There's a lot of staff to go to a lot of events that aren't on city time either. Just because they're there doesn't mean you can't stop them from showing up. There's quite a few that go to different events, police department, other stuff where they're not being paid, but they're there. So we got to make sure we clarify staff on city time.
Mayor, could I
Sure.
take a stab at this? And
Sure.
I think a good path for this might be, if there are recommended changes, I draft language, I take it to the ad hoc, and if the ad hoc clears it, then it goes to future council, and if it needs to come back, then it needs to come back, and that's sort of the ad hoc's decision, if that makes
It's up
sense.
to you. Yeah, you good with
I
that?
think it's good.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think 60 days is what I'm hearing.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I guess I'd like to operate a little bit more on the 90-day side. I mean, perception is reality. I hear what you're saying, Mayor. At the same time, we don't want, it to appear like there's favorites,
I don't have a problem with
What we
90
do for
days.
one
I
is-
just,
I support
think
I just want to
90
make sure that
days
you can show up at a special event if you're doing
I
the
think
middle of
there's
election.
exceptions to every rule, and I think all of us on this council are professional in recognizing when it might be appropriate and when
I
it
think
might not be.
when the body accepts and tries to work it out in its best interest of the public rather than yourself, I think we'll be
that's-
okay.
That's,
But the difference is when it's in writing and when you
No, I
think
know.
it's best is two vast different things.
So I think what we're hearing is 90 days before an election, the city is not going to organize town halls in those districts where we have someone up for election. Is that what I'm hearing?
Unless there's an urgent
No,
matter.
that's too, because if there's, like the mayor said, if there's an issue that's concerning in a certain district and there's a town hall and
you
council
need to be
shows
there.
up and there's staff there, I mean, I think it should say something may or may not. So it's up to maybe the mayor's discretion or the ad hoc's discretion to say, look, this doesn't look right. We're having 4 town halls in 2 months in this same district. I think the ad hoc or the mayor could make that decision.
I think there should be,
With the help of the city attorney,
Yeah,
making
with
sure
the
that it's like,
city
if
attorney.
we're doing something, like say it's a water issue, and we're talking about raising the water rates, and we're there, and they want to hear what you have to say.
Right
I mean,
before
it's
an
kind of difficult not to go into your area and answer questions for people when you're there. So, I mean, I would say it has to do with something that is going to be
So maybe, but 90 days before an election, any town halls would be run through the mayor. And if it involves the mayor, then the mayor pro tem. And that might be the check on it.
yeah. Well, the other thing is,
with the advice of the city attorney to make sure it's legal.
I think
Yeah.
at the end of the day, you have to determine, is it the interest of the public or the individual? If it's an interest of the public, it would be water, power, major concerns, or is it just the interest of the
But the
individual?
problem is everybody interprets things different. It's like art, how they read it and how you read it is all one word or what they do. It's 90 days. It's going to benefit you because you show up. It's going to not benefit you if you don't show up. But if you don't show up,
But there's
people
a-
think you don't care.
But there's a difference, I hear you, and yes,
Yeah.
and I've been there, but there's a difference between we're having a road issue or a water issue or whatever the case may be, and having a general, here's an update on the city.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with
You
that.
know,
Those are
that's,
completely out. I
Well,
agree with
also
that.
remember, it doesn't preclude the individual to organize it with themselves.
Well, right,
Exactly.
without staff, exactly, yes,
So
exactly.
you can go ahead and,
Yeah.
I'm having a pizza party, come and join me, you know?
And I'll
Yeah.
give you the scoop on whatever.
But this makes it sound like we can't do it at all,
Yeah.
which isn't, you know, we know that it can't be the staff going in and, like you've done it, or I've done it at Shadow Hills or whatever, and go, well, I'm bringing staff all in, we're gonna have to tell them how great
Right.
the city is. No, wait, I'm talking about issues. I mean, and there's gonna be a
Well,
few.
that's a
you're-
discussion, that's
Yep.
exactly the
Discretion.
distinction.
But how do you
yeah.
put that in writing is the difference.
Well, that's what we
Yeah,
have in
exactly.
No,
Okay,
good point, good point.
all right.
So I think I think we have an idea. We'll take a crack at drafting something. We'll
Okay.
get it to the mayor and mayor pro tem, and if we get it right, you'll see this on a future agenda, and if we get it wrong,
Okay.
we'll come back. 9.4 is essentially a restatement of your existing 30.03, but it does, I think, fill in some of the blanks as it relates to council members making inquiries of city staff. And then 9.4.2, same thing, but for city attorney. I'm happy to answer any legal question the members of the city council have. There may be requests for substantial legal work, preparing a significant regulatory ordinance, for example, but we haven't gotten that direction from the council. So you're talking potentially about research and drafting 20-plus hours, and we bring it to the council, or we put it together and the mayor doesn't even let it on the agenda because it's dead on arrival. So that's the kind of thing where I think when we're talking about real substantive legal work, we're going to want to make sure the council is in the driver's seat on that and giving us the direction to proceed before we go forward.
And how would you clarify that? I mean, asking a simple question or asking something that's there, I agree with you on that, because I don't think anybody's going to ask you to draft an ordinance out of the blue that has nothing to do with anything anybody's talking about. But there are times when people are going to ask questions that are going to take some work if they ask you to research it, because some of us have larger knowledge of things that went on. I just use Trillage as another example because it has all the ins and outs. Some of us were there when the roads when some of the roads were approved. I'm trying to talk about something that I actually know about. You know, so, you know, when you go through there, or the Polo Ground, all the excess stuff that was granted to them over the years. I mean, that was one of the things about Loopy, or even like with Ben and some of the other ones. They'd been there so long. I've known a few times where Loopy's corrected you. No, this is what happened, and it happened to be true. So asking you to do something is one thing, and then asking staff, and this is where I said that to you last time too, and I talked about both of it. Some of us have different relationships with people. I've known Tim. I'll use Tim Wassel, for example. I've known Tim Wassel 40 years, and I have a great relationship, great respect for him, and I feel I can ask him a question and he'll answer it. I don't want, and I think Elaine has a different relationship with Miguel better than I do, and Ben probably with the police chief, and Wayman with Juan Raya or whoever. So you feel comfortable asking because you're friends and doing that. I don't want it to get where because somebody's there, they have a relationship, they shouldn't feel that they can ask them a question, or that then you put that staff member or department head in an uncomfortable position, because they'll answer it for Glenn because they know him and they're friends, but they're not going to answer it and they're going to go somewhere else. That common ground then kind of falls on the department head, but I don't want to get them caught in the crossfires in the middle of doing it, because we do know that, because a lot of us will talk, and let's use, Ben will say something to me like, oh, I talked to Miguel, and Miguel told me this. Well, shoot, I talked to Miguel yesterday. He wouldn't tell me a thing. You know, you don't really want that kind of situation. So I want to make sure that if we're asking questions, we're able to ask them. But at the same time, I don't like to be looked over. I want to be able to ask somebody a simple question without somebody knowing that, okay, I'm asking you a question about what time we're going to eat. I don't need to have everybody else know what time it is. There's got to be a checks and balance between a council member who's elected by the residents to run the city, asking a question to somebody where that person does feel comfortable, where they don't see four other people on the email and saying, well, like, let's use today's meal. Everybody was copied on it. Does everybody really need to see what everybody else orders to
I
eat?
wanted to know.
It's easy, yeah, it's just, that's easier, that's separate. That's
it's a
just-
point
they're
well
two
taken.
different
No, I'm not
things.
talking about this, but there was staff, there was 3 staff members on it too.
Everybody was
It's
blind
a
copied.
button, I think, but
Everybody
yeah.
was blind copied, except, and I kind of laughed about it. I said, well, my mom used to know what I was eating. That's the way I felt. But all of us were blind copied, but everybody's like, it might be funny. I'm trying to make it humorous. You know, it's just like, at what point? And I believe it or not, it was perfect. I got to thank the city manager, because he said, you need to go. I didn't go the first one, but when I went to the GPA one, this topic came up. And I thought it was funny. Again, it goes back to trust, but one old guy put it, and he was a city manager, probably with my elect, the city manager does know him. He said, as long as it's general information, but if it's litigation, direction, it's gonna cost money, stop. Everything else, if a citizen can walk up to you and say, do you know when they're gonna finish Avenue 44, the bridge? That's what I'd like to know. Do you know if this is on your goals for the coming year? If it gets into, hey, I hear that so-and-so is suing you guys, can't talk about it. And this is the reason why. But if you'd like to talk to our blah, blah, then if you don't know how far to gauge that, then you shouldn't be, or anything.
I think that's a good explanation, but it's a great point. You know, it's something we battle with as your two appointed officials. When does it cross the line into direction, or when is it information? Generally, like in the JPA document protocols, maybe it's the league, they put like a 15-minute parameter. So if you're asking a question information, it's only going to take 10, 15 minutes, then that's not going to be a substantive matter for both the city attorney or city manager. If it's going to take a staff member 45 minutes or an hour and a half, then at some point they drop everything for the council, and is that the priority? And to a point that Stephen made earlier, what if the rest of the council may or may not want that research being done or that time used? So I'm just a good barometer to say, whoever the city manager is, to say, should we spend an hour or two on that or not? So I think Ben just used the term litigation, direction. What was the third item?
Costs money.
If it costs money.
Yeah,
Everything costs
15
money.
minutes, yeah.
You know, I want to use myself as an example because it was a good learning experience. When I first got elected in 2018, you know, I walked in here and I had all these great ideas of things that I wanted to do, and I was going to get this done, and I had this checkbook I had to write any check, whatever, right? And so, but the reality of it is you don't know what's going on until you're up here and you're working with a city manager and staff. So what I would do, I would come in City Hall, and I still do it from time to time, and I'll walk through planning or I'll walk through Public Works, and hey, Tim, what is a slurry? What is a crack and seal? Because I have no clue what that is. Then he'll tell me, well, that's going on Kenner right now, and this is going on. And then I would go to the housing. What exactly does HUD do, and what are they over? And then they would explain it to me. So I was going around talking to folks about their jobs, and then I had a conversation with the city manager at the time. And he said, wait a minute, I have no problem with you doing that. But in my experience, in the long years I've been working, sometimes council members use that as an opportunity to ask for favors or ask for requests that maybe probably should go through the city manager. And I never thought about it until I flipped the script and I said, okay, well, let me put myself in this situation. If I'm talking to a staff member and I may not be making a request or not, it kind of undermines the chain of command of the organization. I'm coming from public safety, so I'm used to chain of command. So when I do talk to staff or I send emails, Brian probably gets tired of this. I'll CC Brian. If I get a return email, I'll CC Jonathan or somebody. So they know, okay, look, this is what I'm asking the staff. And, but small conversation, I walk through, I bring donuts and chips and salsa and try to, you know, just be nice. But, you know, as far as, you know, we mentioned, I think the 15-minute rule, I think something like that is good. But like it was mentioned, if you can decipher what is a request and not a request and some of those things, then maybe you should just back off and go through the city manager. But I just think out of respect and chain of command, if there's conversation going on, we should include city manager or their department head.
Well, if there's direction and stuff that leads that way, you need to know how far. And I can't tell you in 40 years how many politicians from our city called me, and I would say,
And they
you're gonna
shouldn't
have
be,
to.
right?
Yeah, but if it was to tell me, why is the law says that you have to do this? I go, but this is what the law, because it's a penal code they're asking about, or a vehicle code. It's just an education. Or what is the traffic study?
Yeah.
I go, well, you want to learn more, you should go talk to engineering, but this is what it is. This is why it can't be justified. You know, little things like that take 2 minutes, 3 minutes,
Yeah.
it'd be clear up. But if you don't know how to gauge it,
Then,
then if you know the CM really needs to know this, and you should probably,
Yeah.
and hey, chief, this is what's going on. Or hey, director, this is what's going on. There's got to be some level. Yeah.
There's got to be some sort of cordialness, but I think what this document is trying to do is to use discretion and not giving direction to staff or not giving orders to staff. That is where, you know, the potential, which I know none of us do, but, you know, we're writing a document to live on beyond.
I agree. So when, just because, you know, we were elected by the people, nobody else was. So, I mean, that's kind of how I look at this thing. But, so if a council member then, let's say, asks a question, I'm doing a hypothetical because we're going to put this in writing. And when does it come back to the council, or when does the city manager decide if we're going to do something? When the city manager comes back and decides, well, maybe he is going to do, or decides, or she decides to do 20 hours, when is it their responsibility to come back to the rest of the council and decide that the rest of the council need to really give direction? Because I know there's a few things I can give off the top of my head, but I'm not going to give them, that people have asked and and staff have worked on it, but the rest of the council wasn't a part of it because it was something that needed to get done and just got done. The city manager decided to do it. The city attorney was part of it, and they worked on it, but it really didn't go to the council. So when is it the point where the city manager or the council member needs to go back and feels that, okay, I know this is something I'm working on. It's getting a little bit bigger now. We've already gone down this road a little bit. Now I need to pull back and ask the rest of the council, do you want to continue to go on? Because if the rest of us find out, then we go back and say, well, you know, you said you were going to do a 15-minute rule. I don't remember talking about this with the rest of the council. And now you've done 20 or 30 hours on this thing, and none of us know anything about it. And now all of a sudden we're sitting here going, how did you spend 30 hours on this without the rest of us doing it? It puts staff in a very difficult position. So that's kind of one of the things. So that's where I said, is trying to figure out where the gray area is. Do we leave it to the city attorney, the mayor? Do we leave it to the city manager to do it where it comes to a point and just trust that that and the council member are going to say something or do something? Because, you know, like I said, once you put it in writing, then that's what you're supposed to. And it's not solid, you know what I'm saying? There is always some gray areas, but.
I think there needs to be clarity because, believe it or not, whether it be the current CM or past CMs, you know, the 9 that I've seen, they all have different philosophies on how they handle things. What you don't want is staff to feel they're doing something wrong just to saying hi. Because I can read the body language where I've seen it where they're scared. They're really scared. Because at the time, that manager, that's how he handled it, with fear. And I'm not saying the case, but you don't want that in Wayman. I'm sure you had a couple of LTs and sergeants that I would like to talk to you, but my boss, I can't. And you know what I mean.
I've seen it, but I would. But no, I get, like, perfect what you said. I've seen it.
Yep.
Not here, but I have seen it where somebody walked on eggshells because they were talking to someone, and we don't want that.
Yeah.
I just
No,
think,
I don't think we
like
have
the
it
mayor
here.
said, like, we don't want it to where you can't.
And I'm
had
not
a
talking to this
conversation,
council
yeah.
either. You know, Mike Wilson was a prime example. He had a city manager. He was doing things that, you know, that he wanted to do. The city manager was his friend, and he was doing it. And Mike, I love him to death. He got things done, but it was exactly what Ben said.
It was done without the
the
benefit of the
relationship
rest of
was
council,
different.
right.
Different council, different city manager, and that's what we got to remember.
And
It's
we-
not going to always be us 5, and it's not always going to be Brian, and it's always not going to be Steven. Eventually, we all move on. So.
We're stuck holding the bag when the dust clears.
Yes, exactly. So we got that. So we're comfortable with this? 'Cause okay.
My only question is with both, anything that's written, contracts or direction, have to all be in unison. So, because it's in protocols, it's written, it's in our municipal code, is it in contracts, it all has to be the same.
Okay. Is that true, city attorney?
I don't know if I quite got the point.
Sometimes my understanding, it could be in contracts, it could be in the code and the directions, they all have to read the same.
I think that they need to be consistent with each other. When they're inconsistent, we follow a certain order of precedence. A good point here is the language of 9.4.1 is not identical to section 30.03 of your municipal code. But it has the same spirit behind it. I think it expands upon the concept and adds a little bit of additional context to that issue.
This
So-
does.
This does.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the deliverance in any message should be equal.
Right, but I would say that,
Because you don't want it to be interpreted different by another eye.
I would say you don't want 9.4.1 to be inconsistent with 30.03, for example, or similar provisions in the contract or anything like that. And this is not inconsistent.
Yep. Okay. Roll on to number 10.
Okay, number 10, use of the city council chambers. This one's pretty straightforward. These are the allowable uses for the room that we are currently in. I think there's an intent here. One, it is a public asset. There are certain public uses which make sense to use the council chamber, but at the same time, there is a certain level of gravitas and decorum that you want to afford to this particular room. So you don't necessarily want it open for every meeting. We also have in here some rules about the use of city-owned broadcasting equipment, much of which I believe was purchased with PEG funding. All of it was purchased with PEG funding, so we want to make sure that we are enforcing those type of grant requirements.
Okay.
Not a lot there that is anything other than a restatement of existing law or a restatement of existing processes, but there may be something under 10.3, which are the permitted uses. Maybe that's something worth discussing if the council had any thoughts on it. But I believe we covered what your existing process is. 11, I think this is, as the city manager mentioned, one where there are some interesting concepts, as well as this is the section that I think prompted the previous mayor to want to revisit these protocols. And it's, the mayor's role as the ceremonial representative. What happens when the mayor is not present, and what happens when the mayor pro tem is not present? Who then is responsible for leading that ceremonial occasion? We put the senior council member who is present, which is the past practice. Honoring residents and organizations. This is talking about certificates, resolutions, very common issue, but I think that we've had a little bit, this has been suffered from a lack of clarity, I think, in recent years.
And I'd like to ask the council one thing. I would like to do it in seniority, senior member, but after that, once it gets into the district, then it goes by the district representative. So if it's in your district, and say the mayor and the mayor pro tem is there, and you're a council member, and Ben's next in line, that because it's your district, you would be the one that would give the certificate if the mayor and the mayor pro tem is not there. Because you're in your district. I mean, it's your area.
Yeah.
Ben doesn't have anything really to do with it. He's just a senior member because he came in. Really to have you present the certificate or the thing in your own district makes more sense to me if the mayor and mayor pro tem aren't there. Because then that's courtesy. Because I always do it a lot of times when you guys are doing it. That's courtesy.
We're a very collegial council. We haven't always been this way, but we are, and we do. And my hope would be if I'm not mayor or mayor pro tem, and is that the rest of the council will be there. And I've seen that happen. So
Yeah.
I do want to solidify it or put that in.
Yeah,
That's fine.
I think it should. I think it really should be, because sometimes somebody is up for election. They want to be there holding the certificate because they're taking the thing.
Yeah.
But it really shouldn't be about you. It should be about presenting the certificate or the recognition to that person. So if you're that council member, you should be the one sitting there in front of like Trilogy or wherever, or Heritage Palms or Shadow Hills with the thing saying there, because they know you as the representative. So.
And that's the way I've been doing it since I came aboard. Glenn being the mayor or you being the mayor next, it's like, did you check with the mayor pro tem? He goes,
Yeah.
no, that's what I'm calling you.
Yeah.
I said, okay, as long as, because it goes back to what Wayman said earlier, there's a certain chain of command, and so it's like, I always check it. Or if I get approached, I've been calling him and say, this is what I was approached with, what would you like?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that same courtesy I'll do to you both that are next in line.
And perfect example is, and our mayor does a good job at this, and like our mayor pro tem mentioned, we do a pretty good job on our council. Sometimes the mayor might call me and say, hey, the media wants to talk about CV Rail. Well, I'm on the Transportation Commission, and so, yeah, I can you talk to him? Sure. And so that's that discretion that we're talking about. If
Yep.
it's something in your purview,
Committee.
committees or
Expertise,
district,
public safety,
There you go, yeah.
small business, whatever it might be, that you're the one. But district too, I think if you represent that district, you should be the one presented if the mayor and the mayor pro tem ain't there.
Right.
I think that's a great point, and that'd be easy to write in. Would it apply to, say, 11.4 media relations as well? So mayor's not available.
I say the same thing.
If it's an issue in the district,
Expertise. I mean, I'm more than happy. Like if it was small business and say Elaine was working with the chamber, that to have her, she's an expert on the speaking. Wayman on and Ben both on public safety. Yeah, if the mayor pro tem there should be in the district or their expertise. If it's rail, Wayman. If it's Animal Campus, I'll take it.
What?
But,
I think
you
you're
know,
on that. I think that's clear. That's
but I
clear.
mean,
That-
because you know the most about the subject, and the
Exactly.
idea is to bring out the information that the city understands what's going on, and then we know it, and the best person is gonna be the person that's either in that district or is on that committee because they understand it and they're dealing with it.
Okay, so mayor pro tem, then district or area committee expertise.
Yeah, because a lot of times I do defer to, like Oscar in conservation, you know, I mean, he loves and breathes it, he can speak it fluently, so why me take a stab at it when I can get him to do it and do it better?
I think we have enough there to take a stab at that. Moving on to section 12, ethical decision-making. These are all restatements of existing state law.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's much there, but I think we put them in there just as reminders to everyone and also for the public, so they understand the regulatory environment the council operates in.
Yep.
13, these are general statements about the roles of the different bodies and individuals here. And, you know, there's a restatement about council member interaction with staff. And then 13.5, personnel matters. I think on section 14, interaction of the mayors, of the members, this is the interaction of the members with each other, both at city council meetings and outside council meetings. And again, the goal is to really encourage that business-like, formal decorum in the proceedings. And I'm going a little fast because we have 8 minutes left. But if I go too fast, feel free to slow me down.
Take your time, we'll have time.
Okay,
Make
and
sure we
then
get it done, so you got what you need to be able to put it in, finish it up.
very good. Section 15 is enforcement. I think this is where I was on the dais. I would be reading this section very carefully. And, you know, essentially what section 15 is saying is that ultimately it is up to the council itself to enforce these. But these are your protocols. This is not state law. This isn't even the municipal codes. It's not a misdemeanor to violate the provisions of this. It's not even an infraction. This is the rules that you have all agreed to amongst each other, and it is up to you to essentially call each other out if you reach the point where someone is not following them. And so, you know, what you'll see there is an informal an informal verbal reminder from the mayor or from the council collectively. That's step one. And so that oftentimes works in the jurisdictions that I serve. If there's an issue, usually the mayor steps forward as the presiding officer, talks to whoever it is that's having trouble with the protocols and says, look, we agreed to these things. This is how this body functions for the good of the city. I need you to start following them. Otherwise, we're going to have to bring it to the council for action. In instances where either the mayor is the offending party or the mayor has been unwilling to act, the council has that ability always to take control. The next step is a written statement. So we went from a verbal statement to a written statement, and then the final step is censure. So that's a formal resolution adopted by the council censuring one of its own members for failing to follow the protocols that you have all adopted. Other sanctions, you know, the council's authority here is somewhat limited. Ultimately, each of you was elected by the people of your district. The council cannot remove one of its own members from the council. That power is reserved to the people under the power of recall. The sanctions that are available to the council, if it was a violation of state law, you could of course refer it over to an appropriate agency. But if it's simply a violation of the protocols, what I've seen is most effective is removing that person from all committee assignments. You know, and so they come to council meetings, they say their piece. This can get really bad. There is one city, I think it's Westminster. I think they're in Orange County, where you have 2 council members who are disruptive to city council meetings. The council majority actually hired a special counsel to sue the 2 other council members to enforce the rules of decorum to get them to stop disrupting the meeting. So, you know, that's sort of a nuclear option. I don't think we're talking about that, but I just kind of wanted you all to know sort of what the process here is. It starts off with the friendly reminder and escalates from
And
there.
censoring would be in public, right?
It would be.
Yeah.
And usually, that's not something that I think anyone got elected to the city council to want to do. And so I think usually things can get resolved well beforehand, but every now and then you have personalities, like you said, not necessarily us here, but you never know who's going to get elected. You never know who's going to get appointed. And sometimes you have issues, and that's the way it gets resolved. So we have the process for initiating those complaints, reviewing them, and for council action. And then finally, there are some savings clauses, as I call them, in section 16. So again, these are rules that the council has agreed to amongst itself for how it's going to operate. This does not create a third-party cause of action to sue the city. If a council member violates the protocols, you can't bring a lawsuit against the city trying to compel the city to enforce it. This is the city's council's rules, and you are the only avenue for enforcement of these protocols. Now, again, I would say that a lot of the protocols are restatements of state law. So those underlying state law issues, those can be enforced in other ways. But the protocols themselves, it is up to the council whether you want to enforce them or not. And of course, you can always change them if the protocols didn't work for some reason for future council. So that's the summary, Mayor and Council. I have notes for section 9 regarding the town halls and other city events before elections. I have 90 days here. I wrote 90, then 60, then 90. I have 90. And then 11.1 and 11.4, adding language here that it goes mayor, then mayor pro tem, and then the council member whose district it is in, or if the event is being put on by a JPA or outside group with specific subject matter jurisdiction, then the council member who is assigned to that subject matter.
Sound fair?
I think that sounds professional, very professional.
All right, so we'll go down the line. Mr. Gutron, do you have anything for this to add on to it?
No, it's when you're done with the rough draft and when all this gets adopted, I just would like one as a PDF personal files.
Yes.
Instead of seeking them down. Other than that, no, just the comments that I made earlier. That's it.
Mr. Furman?
I think it's a good document. Good work, on, working on this in our ad hoc. I think it's always good to revisit these things. We get here and then we're so busy, and it's always good to revisit, some of these things because most of this is already in state law. I did want to go back to, I believe it's 15.3, and you talked about if the enforcement, and you mentioned something that the mayor could go to a council member, have a conversation, and then you said vice versa, the council, if the mayor is the one that's the issue, right? So my train of thought would be to try to handle this on the lowest level. So if it's the mayor, the one that's, having the issue, wouldn't it be the mayor pro tem going to the mayor, having that conversation before it becomes a council issue?
But we could, it's a good point because the mayor obviously can operate outside of a public meeting, but the council cannot. So
Exactly.
the council would need to have that on an agenda to take action if it wanted to. So what we could have is a informal verbal reminder issued by the mayor or the mayor pro tem or the council collectively. So we could add the mayor pro tem to that list.
You made the point exactly, and so because that takes away that conversation from three council members having a conversation about the mayor, and that could go somewhere else. Instead of having that, the mayor pro tem could go to the mayor and say, hey, this is a concern, and it's probably nipped in the bud right there rather than going to a full council and going to public. So that's why I bring it up.
I think the goal of that first one, again, is not to embarrass anyone. It's not to start anything. It's to have that just initial talk that this is an issue and needs to get corrected. So I think adding the mayor pro tem to that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
If that's what the council would like to do.
Go back to my career. One of the things we learned from day one in the academy is try to handle things on the lowest level, right? And so that's why.
Mayor Pro Tem?
You know what, I think this conversation underscores the high level of professionalism that we all have on this council, that we have been practicing for the last, since I've been on council, so that's 16 whole years. So I just wanted to thank my colleagues here for having that level of professionalism and thank staff. This is a great closed or open session, a great study session, and I think we were able to have some great discussions, and we can now make a couple amendments and move forward. So I'm good.
All right, thank you. Stephen, what do you need from us? Obviously, we need to bring this back to a date later. Do we need to vote on anything or just to?
So I'll restate the changes that I'm going to prepare based on the comments. And my plan was to formalize that language, send it to the ad hoc. If the ad hoc blesses it, then it goes on consent at
Okay.
the next available meeting.
So you don't need anything from us at this time then?
I don't think so. So I had
Okay.
section 9, which was about the town halls before the election. I have the 11.1 and 11.4, the reordering of priority
Right,
for those events. And then 15.3, adding the mayor pro tem to the list.
okay,
If there's any other changes, those are the three I have. I'll make those. I'll send them to the mayor pro tem. And assuming that they're good with it, you'll see it on a future agenda.
perfect.
Great.
With that then I'll close the study session. We'll move on to the closed session.
Councilmember Guitron,
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz, Councilmember Furman,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Holmes,
Present.
Mayor Miller.
Do we have any public comments for anything on the closed agenda?
There are no comments, Mayor.
You have something?
I do, because I am conflicted on item 3.4 because I own property in the downtown area.
Okay, so.
Financial interest.
Please make. Good evening, everyone. We're going to call the city council meeting order for the city of Indio, for the Indio Water Authority, the city of Indio itself, the Indio Finance Authority, and the Indio, I'm missing one. So with that, if we could have roll call, please.
Councilmember Huitron,
Present?
Councilmember Ortiz,
Present.
Councilmember Furman,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Holmes,
President.
and Mayor Miller.
Present. At this time, if you could all rise, we have Father Lopez from OLPH is going to do the invocation, and then also we have a very special guest going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Father?
So let us begin in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Father, we thank you for your grace and goodness. May your face continually shine upon us, so that your ways may be known in our communities. We praise you, God, and may all the people praise you. Then our land will yield its harvest, and you, Lord, will bless us. Lord, we give you our land, our homes, our labor, our city. Look with favor on our community. Protect our citizens and leaders, especially these council members as they come together at this meeting. Heavenly Father, we ask to make yourself present here in this council meeting in the city of Indio. And we ask you for your guidance, for your wisdom, and for your support as these women and men begin this meeting. May they, as council members, be able to deliberate on the items before them, and may every decision be righteous. Help these council members engage in meaningful discussions. Allow them to grow and nurture the bond of community. Fill them with your grace as they make decisions that will make our city of Indio better, safe, and prosperous. And this we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Father. With that, we have a special person going to do our flag salute. Belinda Zamora Rodarte from Van Buren Elementary. Belinda is a fourth grader student at Van Buren Elementary. She's a strong-minded and eager to learn new things. At home, she enjoys playing PlayStation, coloring, and making bracelets. Belinda honors her father's memory by showing kindness, helpfulness, and care to everyone she meets. Always busy and motivated, she is ready to take on any new challenges that comes her way. Belinda, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen. Wait right there. I've got a little gift bag for you, a little swag bag from the city of Indio. On the way to school, you'll be able to do that. Look cool.
She's grabbing the swag.
Oh, hold on to the old swag bag. Father, thank you. God bless you. Here comes the swag bag. It's because it's a special swag bag.
It's nice to see the family, the Rodartis, and I believe, I do not know what your relationship was, whether it be your grandfather or your great-grandfather with Rodarti Ice. What's the connection?
No connection.
None? I was just curious because it's not a common name. So, thank you.
All right. With that, thank you very much again. And we'll move on to item number 4, which is City Attorney Report in closed session. City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor, the city council did not conclude its closed session deliberations, and so we'll be reconvening back into closed session at the conclusion of today's open session. Once that closed session is concluded, we will reconvene back here at the dais for any reportable action.
Thank you. With that, we have very special presentations to our U.S. Army veteran and also to our staff for the ones that have served in the military. Dick, would you like to come up? And if I could get the city council to come down with me, this is in honor of Hunter Lopez Day. Hunter Lopez was a Marine who lost his life serving for our country here, an Indio resident who died in Afghanistan during a horrible withdrawal from a suicide bomber. And we've been honoring him for a few years now with a run and walk, and also honoring his memory through this award. So Dick, if you'd like to come down, and if I get the council to come down with me.
Dying to meet you, sir.
How you doing, sir?
I have another Purple Heart from Eisenhower Hospital.
Thank you.
Come on over here.
Dick, come on down. U.S. Army Sergeant Edward Gauthier. We are honoring. Dick is not only an amazing individual for our VFW here and also the American Legion Hall, but he is a Purple Heart recipient, served in the U.S. Army, and is right now working on bringing a Purple Heart chapter to the city of Indio and to the Coachella Valley. So we are honoring him today on behalf of Hunter Lopez Day, basically. Thanking him for his service always, for all our veterans that are out there that continue to serve and protect us, our public safety personnel. But Dick, you've been a great supporter of the city. When your name came up about being the person that we were going to honor in charge of what we were thinking of how many people we have in this city that have served, your name kept coming to the top. It kept coming up because we know how important supporting our veterans are, how important it is for you to give back, and we want to thank you. So we have a certificate of a proclamation, honoring your service. And whereas, I'm going to read this for you if you don't mind, the City of Indio proudly recognizes and honors the service and sacrifice of our nation's veterans. And today we celebrate the life, legacy, and service of United States Army Sergeant and longtime Indio resident Richard Edward Dick Gauthier. Gauthier, yes. Yep. And whereas, born on June 25th, 1946, in Salem, Massachusetts, the youngest of 17 children to proud parents Hector and Esther Gauthier, and after graduating high school, working in the family furniture business before answering the call to serve by enlisting in the United States Army in January 1965. Inspired by siblings who also served their country, and whereas the sergeant served with distinction in multiple locations, including North Carolina, South Carolina, California, Okinawa, and Vietnam, volunteering for the elite 82nd Airborne Division, also known as the All-Americans, where he has served as a paratrooper and radio operator. And during his Vietnam War service, he leaped from moving helicopters, which is crazy, navigating booby-trapped tunnels as a tunnel rat, and enduring the constant dangers of jungle warfare. His bravery was recognized with a Purple Heart, and being wounded in combat as he overcame additional hardships, including a severe infection, a month-long battle with malaria, before completing his tour and serving until his honorable discharge in March of 1971. And following his military career, enjoyed a successful 40th-year career in the airline industry. Met and married the love of his life, Kay, in 1979, and together they traveled the country before settling in Indio, where they have proudly resided for over 2 decades. And whereas continues to serve his country and his community, fellow veterans through the American Legion, Herman Granados Post 739, and the VFW, Bill Huntington, Post 3699, maintaining strong bonds with his fellow servicemen and proudly representing the 82nd Airborne Division at events including the 100th anniversary parade at Disney World. Now, whereas be it resolved that I, Glenn Miller, the mayor of the city of Indio, along with the city council, do hereby proclaim our sincere gratitude and recognition of Sergeant Richard Edward Dick Gautier, I got it wrong again. Honoring his heroic service to our country, his enduring contributions to our community, and his unwavering dedication to his fellow veterans. I hereby set my hand and cause the seal of the city of Indio to affix the 20th day of August, 2025. God bless you.
I've known Glenn and Ben for several years here, but Vietnam, I worked at LAX for 9 years. Much worse than Vietnam ever thought. Being here locally, to be a veteran in this community and to give back to it, to help the veterans. That's my main ambition, to help the veterans. And to start this Purple Heart chapter, what an undertaking from scratch. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. I'm determined. Everything I do, I'm determined. And I appreciate everything that the accolades that I'm getting here today. It was fantastic.
And let us know how we can help you with that. You have lived your entire life with a focus on nothing but selfless service, and even now to establish that Purple Heart Committee is again more selfless, and you're thinking of someone else other than yourself. I am touched. I am very deeply touched. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And if there's anything that we can do to help you in this endeavor, absolutely. We are all there. I'm going to speak for everyone. We are all there to make sure that your wishes and your dream of a Purple Heart Committee comes to fruition.
Yeah, it's not often I get nervous when I speak, but to stand next to such a distinguished person, it's truly an honor. I think now more than ever we can recognize in our lifetime how important our veterans are, and to hear how much you've accomplished and how much you serve to our community and our country, that's definitely something you should be proud of. And like the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, we're here for you. We'll continue to work with you. You've done a lot of work and you're still working, and that's commendable. And I just want to say, like I said, it's an honor to be able to give you this award along with our council. So thank you.
Mr. Gauthier, I just want to thank you and also thank your family for your service to this country. We really appreciate everything you all go through for protecting our communities. And I want to thank you also for continuing your service and continuing to look for ways to help our veterans here in our community. We know how much need there is out there. We know how much we still have a lot of work to do to keep up with the needs of our veterans. So we really appreciate your work. And like Mayor Pro Tem said, we're here to help.
Well, everybody's expressed good accolades and respect in the honorable position that you've earned by fighting for the freedom of your country overseas. Continuing to have that fight in a way of delivering service is honorable. But one thing you do is you inspire all of us the gift of heart of continue to support our veterans, whether being part of the VFW or being part of the Legion is very important. But the investment of recognition, if you get to sit down, our city manager, Brian Montgomery, is going to make a really awesome announcement that's a long time coming. But the city's doing their part with everything else, not to leave anybody behind. And the veterans is one of them.
Yes, sir. Whatever
And now, in honor of all our city employees that are veterans, we want to honor them as a whole because they're a great part of our city. But there's a lot of our employees that served in the military. So honoring our City of Indio employees who have served in the military in recognition of Hunter Lopez Day. And whereas the City of Indio proudly recognizes the service and sacrifice of our veterans and active duty military personnel and have dedicated themselves to the protection and defense of our nation. Lance Corporal Hunter Lopez, the beloved son of the Coachella Valley and a member of the United States Marine Corps, gave his life in service to our country on August 26, 2021, during the evacuation mission in Kabul, Afghanistan, and his legacy continues to inspire our community and his public servants. And whereas, in honor of Hunter Lopez Day, the City of Indio wishes to pay tribute to the courage and commitment and patriotism of its employees who have served in the United States Armed Forces, reflecting the same spirit and selfless service demonstrated by Hunter Lopez. And whereas the following City of Indio employees have honorably served the military, Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to read a few names? Then
Absolutely,
we can pass it down.
thank you. Stephen La Barbera, United States Army. Andrew Leva, United States Army. Yes, please come on down.
If your name's read, please sit down.
Yes. Salvador Cardenas, United States Coast Guard. Abe Plata, United States Marine Corps, Reserves.
Eric Longoria, United States Army. Juan Fuentes, United States Marine Corps Reserves. Eduardo Figueroa, United States Marine Corps Reserves.
Then we have Ryan Kitchens, Russell Petticord.
Jesus Carrera, United States Marine Corps Reserves. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Glenn Miller, Mayor of the City of Indio, along with the City of Indio Council, do hereby recognize and extend our deepest gratitude to the City of Indio employees for their military service and proclaim this recognition in honor of Hunter Lopez Day. In witness whereof I have the hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Indio to affix this 20th day of August 2025. Glenn Miller, Mayor.
I'd love you to say a few words. Tell us about yourself. Tell us about your service. Thank you. Come on, please. You're the highlight.
You guys, it's your show right now.
Well, I got caught off guard, so. Thank you very much, and it's an honor to serve the country. Coming from Mexico, I was born in Mexico, and came over here illegally. And at some point, I said to myself, I want to serve in the military. And I finally got my citizenship at some point, but I'm very happy to serve. When I first went out to take the ASVAB test, I failed. I'm like, I'm not giving up. So I hired a COD student to be my tutor, help me out with some math, and I was able to go back, take that test again, and I nailed it, and I was able to serve in the U.S. Marine Corps. Was able to go overseas for almost a year over in Okinawa. I felt like a tourist up there. It was great. I had fun. So thank you very much, everyone.
I just want to thank the council and City of Indio for having this presentation. My name is Eric Longoria. I served with the U.S. Army 82nd Airborne Division and Airborne. And so just great honor to serve with such great men and women and serve our great country and now serve the community. So thank you very much. And
everybody here in the everybody here in the city for the recognition and everything like that. I did 4 years in the United States Coast Guard. I did search and rescue mainly and drug interdiction in Miami. I also wanted to serve my community as well after my service. So thank you for everything, guys.
I just wanted to say that a few weeks ago, you did what everybody knows of our members of our police and fire. You jumped in the Coachella Valley Canal and saved someone from drowning. We're always, it's not about the recognition, it's about what you do. The rewards come on their own. Thank you for being a hero.
Thank all of them. We'll get a picture, but any of the other veterans in here, could you either please stand up or raise your hand if you can? We want to honor all of you, too. I see Mr. Burnell back there. Thank you for your service. Yeah. So if we can, let's get a picture, and we'll get him on in here.
Elected official?
One Coast Guard guy is the one guy that actually happens to be there. I emailed the chief and told him Okay, so thank you very much, Dick. All our veterans, thank you for your service, our public safety personnel. With that, we'll move on to item number 6, City Manager Report on information, final designation of Veterans Memorial, a 9/11 memorial within Miles Avenue Park. Mr. Montgomery?
Thank you, Mayor. Before I jump into that, I know we have a PowerPoint we'll load up.
Okay.
Wanted to thank you, the council, the whole community, the team, all of the many well wishes, hundreds of people in this community at the passing of my mother last week. It was very kind and generous. It says a lot about the community of Indio, and wanted to say thank you publicly for that. Other than this presentation, we continue to have these outstanding events downtown, and I hope folks take advantage of those. We'll have our second Saturday concert on the 13th of September. The movie night will be Lorax on September 11th. And as a segue then, we also are planning a 9/11 ceremony and groundbreaking, because as you directed us, we met with members of the Arts Commission and Community Services Commission to go over, it's not moving. Someone else will have to move it ahead. There we go. Just as a reminder then of what the 9/11 Memorial is, this has already been approved by the Arts Commission and you. It was going to be located at the Police Department campus, Public Safety campus, but you directed us to find a location within Miles Avenue Park in consultation with those two commissions. But just a reminder of what those look like. We also asked the commission, knowing that your direction was to come forward with some ideas, sorry about this, for a Veterans Memorial. So knowing that they could be related and both be located, here's some samples that we reviewed with the commissions. These pillars, for example, some nice monumentation, nice lighting, kind of a memorial type scenario here for both memorials. Here's another example where it was discussed. I'll let you know what they recommend on that. But the sites that we went through, here's the one that they felt, at least in concept, there'll be a lot of input that would still need to be gathered, and we're looking for your guidance today on this very matter. But relative to the Veterans Memorial, this is the type of look the commissioners are recommending. So, ironically, there was a master plan conducted at Miles Avenue Park some years ago, and it's a little hard to see, but there's a yellow circle in an area down below where the master plan effort actually identified that for memorials. So here we are, and we looked at locations, call it crescent shape would be the Veterans Memorial, the round element would be the 9/11 Memorial. They looked at this alternative, they looked at an alternative utilizing an existing circle within Miles Avenue Park, a little closer to the museum there, as you see, pairing them together. Similar locations. At first, I thought they would lean in this direction, having them very visible from the street, but they also thought that it would be very difficult to hold events and so forth right there, as well as maybe not have the same solemn feel that you want to achieve with both of these memorials. So what was recommended is that the 9/11 memorial be on a patch of grass that's right next to the library, and the discussion you had as well as they followed up on is that tours of the museum and the children primarily could continue out to see these memorials, and the sidewalk would be right there adjacent. So the 9/11 memorial in that corner, and then with the more rectangular piece and focusing on somewhat of a crescent-shaped memorial for the veterans, this is what they recommended, and plenty of parking there along Arabia, Miles, as well as the parking lot you see there. So, Mayor, the goal was to get your nod on specifically the 9/11 location so that we could plan this groundbreaking. Those other alternatives we could quickly review, but if there's consensus, we'd proceed with that. The Veterans Memorial will have some public input, and there'll be some time on the design, but you're getting kind of a feel of what the commissioners are recommending, and staff feels very comfortable with that, both from a budget standpoint as well as a feel in the park. But if you'd like to have us move in a different direction on that, please let me know at this time. So turning it back to you, Mayor, that was the report from what was discussed with the commissions.
What's the pleasure, I mean, of the council? I know we sent it back to the Community Service Commission and the Arts Commission to work together, because one's parks and the other was actually the monument, and the park aspect of it was trying to put it in the right location. Are we happy with what they brought to us, Mr. Furman?
Yeah, I'll go first. Thank you, City Manager, for bringing this to us. Some of these projects have been on ice for a long time, right? And we're glad to say moving forward. I mean, we just had a great presentation honoring some of our veterans, and our city has had a concerted effort to continue to honor our veterans. You see them with our banners around the town, and working with some of our local nonprofits and things. And I think this is just another way for the city to honor them. I love the locations. Reason being is next is close to the History Museum. I think we still have more opportunity to do some other things close to it. It's visible from the road, and for folks who want to come and pay homage to veterans or just come into the park and hang out and see the great artwork, it's close to parking, right? So I appreciate the work that was done for this, and I love the location.
Mr. Catron?
I had the privilege as a attendee in the audience to see our community services and our arts commission interact. I can compliment them in working with City Manager Montgomery and staff. They conducted themselves well. So they had a really good discussion. So I support their recommendations and what staff supported, and can agree 100% with Councilman Wayman Furman that that's an area that needs it. It'll bring, I mean, we have a vision of improving the whole park, but this is another piece. We continue to invest in the park for the quality of life for our residents and the history that the park has. A lot of things came up regarding the Rose Garden, which is that centerpiece that you see there. People still want to see that come back to life. Just little things, but it's going to be a tremendous good addition to that park.
And you're good with where it is?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ortiz?
I like the recommendations. I'm a little concerned with the veteran, just the angle of the veterans one, just because if you're taking pictures in front of that, you're going to get all the cars in the parking lot in the back. And I'm just wondering if that maybe should be flipped around so that there's a good view in the back whenever we're having events or taking pictures, we have a good background for those pictures.
Yeah, on that point, and Councilman Gutron might remember, I think they thought that it might have more event space to the north. You know, if you had some sort of ceremony, people could blend back into that way. But it is a good point. Something we can research as we bring this back to you. Another would be to make a fairly solid background, vegetation.
Yes.
So that when you did take pictures, it would look like it was a solid, maybe similar to this this was in West Covina. Some of you may have been there, but
nice.
maybe a green wall behind it.
If you go back to the other figure,
Sorry, where we were?
right there. Yeah. The one with the parking lot. If you were to move it to in front of the palm trees next to the History Museum, you would get the palm trees in the background. Another option. And you would have the event space on that way, but it wouldn't be as close to the road. So.
Yeah.
pros and cons.
Just a point of reference that might help. One of the arts commissioners, I believe it was EJ, said that we can duplicate the look on the opposite side of it. So even though it's a little bit concave, they would get the view either north or south. It'll be a different, but it still make the same effect. So whatever recognition was facing north would be on the south side. So depending on the day, they'd have an option to go either way. There was one illustration that had that front and back.
And maybe on that point, it could slide to the center of that rectangle so that you would get front and back. But again, you can give us some of that direction now, and we would bring that back. Likely send an RFP, get a few artists involved, perhaps local monument folks to help us on some of what could be presented to you. But yeah, I see the point on photos. You'd want to make sure it wasn't the roadway that was in the back of that.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem?
I couldn't agree with the location more. I think Miles Avenue Park is perfect for these memorials because it brings people, it draws the community together. It's centrally located in the center part of our city, and so it's a place that allows for celebrations and contemplation as well. Same comments in terms of maybe that needs to be moved a little bit more into the center of the rectangle, just, you know, and with a different kind of background. I just want to make sure that the front of it as well is conducive to the kinds of celebrations and of honor that I know that we plan on having to recognize our veterans as well. So thank you to the Arts Commission and the both commissions, the Human Services Commission, for coming up and with these designs and providing them to the council. Thank you.
Hey, Mayor Pro Tem, I like it. I think we can mitigate some of those issues. I think Oscar brings up a good point, but that's something we can do. The Parks Commission working with the artists, and that obviously the 9/11 piece was supposed to go over by the police station, but wouldn't get the opportunity for people to see it, and it's such an amazing piece. And honoring our public safety personnel on that, and then our Veterans Memorial honoring all the services, including the National Guard and the Space Force, would be, I think, a great addition to the park. So I think if we bring back those information that we've given from the council to the Art Commission and Community Service Commission, they'll be able to work to make that happen. So we'll leave it in your hands. I think it's in a good place.
Great.
So
I did have a
sure.
What maybe if you can, maybe a rendering of where Councilor Member Ortiz said would go. Maybe some renderings, you know, what it would look like, and even from there, the background was done. And I was watching the meeting, which was, like Councilmember said, it was a good meeting. But I want to make sure we have all branches of the military on there. Someone made a comment that we had left someone out, so to make sure we have everybody on there. But looking forward to it.
Sorry, John?
Now, they were reminded with all of them, even Space Force, and one important aspect was the National Guard because of its strong presence in the community.
Yeah, a lot of our gentlemen served, but then, you know, they stayed in the National Guard with our armory there, and obviously that will be being taken down here eventually here very shortly. So be able to honor that group of individuals that served.
You know, something that came up in conversations a few years ago is including our service animals, because so many of them fought either right next to our servicemen or really have been a significant part of their life. So I'd like to throw that in there or add that to the mix, and which is to include our service animals in these projects.
We'll throw that back to the commissions and have them work on it. So anything else?
Thank you, Mayor.
On the 13th, do we have just the second Saturday, or we got something special going on the 13th of September?
Lots of fun.
Okay, good.
We'll get word out, but if everybody can plan on the second Saturday, every month, but yeah, something special for September.
Wonderful.
Yes.
With that, we'll move on to item number 7 now, which is City Council conflict of interest disclosures. Do we have anybody that has to accuse himself on anything? Mayor Pro Tem?
You know, just one or two things. Due to the fact that I own property in the downtown and there's a financial interest, there are some things items I will need to recuse myself. For the record, item 9.8, the commercial lease agreement with PORC Hospitality. Item 9.10, the professional services agreement with CERNA, covers the downtown. Item 9.19, which is a change order with respect to the Civic Center storm drain on Oasis Street, which is also in the proximity. And so those are the three conflicts that I have for this meeting.
9/8, 9/10, 9/19?
Yes.
Thank you. With that, anyone else? Okay, with that, we'll move on to the next item, which is City Council reports on meetings attended per Government Code Section 53232.3D. We'll start with Mr. Gutron.
Well, and the 12th of August, I attended, along with Mayor Pro Tem Elaine Holmes, who was also present, was the open house of California Desert Trial Academy. They had a celebration for the years that they have been open. It's hard to believe, almost a decade. And they're slowly progressing towards their last level of being a accredited school of law, but they do have accreditation with the preparation in for their study of law and being future attorneys or related fields. It was a really good attorney, John Dolan, and his supportive wife, Irene, and also Sue Stenning, a longstanding member of the community and honorably retired from the district attorney's office. It's unique because you have a private counsel and a prosecutor, and bringing a lot of other members of the community in the study of law to help support and educate locals to accomplishing their goals in the study of law. That was really good. On August 9th, I was fortunate to participate, and members of council were there as well, was the second annual Indio Police Officer Association and the police department and their second backpack giveaway. This seems to be a really growing trend in giving back to the kids in the middle of summer, seeing a lot of kids there and their families, and the businesses that supported the event at Miles Park was really nice. And obviously, again, it brings another focal point of what we're accomplishing. But my hat's off to the members of our law enforcement staff at Indio Police Department and the association for doing that for the youth of our community. I had the opportunity, along with the mayor, to attend the Friends of the Children of the Coachella Valley. And this is an organization, we have so many that are involved in our city, but it's nice to highlight when they're doing something with the youth, and an organization that has a partnership with Desert Sands Unified School District and Coachella Valley Unified, and as a mentoring program, whether it be their studies or social skills or challenges that they might have, that they actually work with children from their elementary school year all the way through high school. And it's nice to know, and it's nice to know that a local business has opened their doors for them to operate, because in 30 years, they've made Indio their home to continue their goals and their mission in helping the youth. And lastly, with utmost respect to the city police department, unfortunately I was not here, but they celebrated their 95th year as being the police department 4 months after the city police department was incorporated. And the fire department already existed by that time, but it's nice to recognize these services as well as our other departments, but for those that are on the front line, risking their lives every day and being the history that they bring of 95 years of service, my hat's off to them, and I proudly wear a memorial patch today in honor of all of you for doing such a good job. And thank you, Chief, for doing what you're doing and leading our department and their growth and success and protection of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutron. Mr. Ortiz?
Thank you, Mayor. These past couple weeks, I attended the open house for Friends of the Children. This is a group, it's a nonprofit group, and they're helping out local parents with their kids. So they're helping in communicating with the schools, communicating with the doctors, they're helping with childcare, tutoring, and so it's just a lot of extra help for some of the parents in need, a lot of young parents or single parents that need some help out here. They're helping their kids improve through the school system there. I also attended the movie night at Center Stage. I want to thank our staff for having a great event out there. We watched The Sandlot, had a lot of people. I'm not sure how many, did you guys get a count on that? Or about 300 people showed up, so great turnout, even on a hot summer day, so it was good seeing all the families out there enjoying the movie. I also attended the Building Industry Association Water Conference in Ontario. We talked about some wildfire issues going on with how they're working to improve the protection of homes in fire-prone areas. We also talked about water storage and water conservation. Now, with the less predictability in the weather, we're seeing more of a need for water storage so they can store the water when it does come down. And so there's new projects coming on with that, and also water conservation measures, how we're working on new technologies and new strategies to save water in our communities. Also attended the grand opening for Burger Box. It was a great event there. It was really good to see Miss Yolanda there, who used to work there. I think she worked there for 24 years, and now she has purchased the business and is the owner, and will be operating that business for us and keeping that tradition going for Burger Box in our community. So very happy to see them out there reopening that facility. Also attended the CVUSD 2x2. We talked about the school district, Coachella Valley School District. I was there with Mr. Ben Huitron. Unfortunately, we know there's a lot of budget cuts that are happening there, so they're having to work with much less staff, and they're going to have some difficult times coming ahead, but they're willing to work through that, and they're doing the best they can with what they have. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Mr. Furman?
Good evening, everyone. I'll start off by saying happy first day of school at Desert Sands. Today was the first day of school for our students, and along with the Mayor Pro Tem and some city staff, we were able to go over to Roosevelt Elementary School and give out some pencils, some Indio pencils, and welcome and greet staff and parents and students. And it's always great. And I have a little one, so I was running around town trying to get her to school as well. But it's just refreshing to see all the kids and the parents start off a new year, even though it's a little hot and it's early. These kids know how to deal with the heat. So that was great going there this morning. So I start off by saying I had a Coachella Valley agency meeting, and for some of you who know, it is a JPA that we're forming regionally with. So far, it's with the city of La Quinta, city of Indio, and the county, and we're working with Coachella Valley Association of Governments to oversee and assist with that process. And we had our second meeting, and we authorized the director to work on proposals with, pass proposals and outline the scope of work with Imperial Irrigation. So along with this JPA, we're working on to secure our future, our energy future in our city. We're working on that with CVAG. So we passed that item. I also had a Riverside County Transportation Commission meeting. One of the noticeable items for the city of Indio was the city of Indio was recommended by RCTC through SCAG for some federal funding for our Monroe Bridge interchange project. So we're hoping we get that. That's going to be another $30,000 that we're praying for that we get for our bridge. We're close to being fully funded, but every dollar counts. And as time goes by, these prices keep going up on everything. So we were recommended for that. So hopefully we'll get that. And if and when we get that, I'll report that back to the council where we get those additional dollars from SCAG. And it's a federal grant, actually. I also attended the ribbon cutting and grand opening for Burger Box. Burger Box has been here for decades, through a lot of generations. A lot of memories, a lot of nostalgia there. And so it just underscores the fact that our small business is the backbone of our country, and we got to continue to support them. So it was good seeing so many people out. And it was a hot day, but it was a lot of people out. And by the end of the day, they had a 2-hour wait time for a meal. And it's still busy. So congratulations to the family who took over that, and congratulations to the Burger Box. We also had a ribbon cutting for Indio Brewing north of the freeway. So that's the city's first brewery, if I'm correct, right? Yep. So it's north of the freeway off of Avenue 42 in Jackson. And so another great event. Great to see everybody out. Another small business. And so those folks are there. They work at schools, they have regular jobs, but they open a business here in the city of Indio. So we were there to support them. It was another great ribbon cutting. And if I'm correct, we had the messengers, right? Yes, we had the messengers downtown. Those little robots you see out there that were featured at the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival. I come downtown a lot and walk around. Yesterday, I was out walking around, and even a couple of people stopped me and asked me if I needed a ride. And I said, no, I'm just walking around. And I stopped at the bakery and I grabbed a couple of breads. And I was just listening to the sounds of the construction going on from City Hall, the library, the Skyline Apartments. And I was just amazed at what's going on. And then I seen these little kids just standing there looking at these robots out there. And it's artwork. It's great artwork. And if you come to the Food Truck Fridays, the families love it. It's a great addition to our public arts. And so we did the ribbon cutting for that as well. I also attended, but it was late. I had a blonde moment. I'm bald, but I do have blonde hair. I got to a ribbon cutting late. I looked at my calendar and I read it wrong. So Trust and Believe Consulting, which is a mental health services that we have downtown. They opened downtown, and I got there a little bit after the ribbon cutting and council was there. But it was great to see that those services are going to be offered to some of our youth and some of our families here downtown. And so another family from our city who was able to open this business. So I got there a little late. I also attended the last second Saturday, another great event. A lot of people, warm evening, but a lot of people show out for these events, and just another great event. And last but not least, I'm going to tell you the Indio Police Department 95th birthday was a great event. Not only that, it was a milestone for making it a 95 years. Our police department, our chief, maybe the chief could expand on this. They were able to give out some awards for some heroes in our city. You heard the story of Officer Cardenas, jumping into a canal to save someone. But we had another significant incident where, from dispatch to our officers who responded, saved the baby's life, right? And so the folks that are standing back there, our police chief, our first responders, sometimes we don't see them, but most of the times people deal with them at the worst times of their life, right? And so they're greatly appreciated. To hear those stories and those testimonies from those incidents was moving. And I'm going to tell you, I held back tears because these guys and girls put their lives on the line for us. So I want to thank all of you, and that completes my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Furman. Mayor Pro Tem Holmes?
Whoever says things slow down in the summer hasn't been hanging out with our council, that's for sure. Many of the same events, it's just wonderful, the support that all of us feel and the love we feel for our community. The backpack giveaway, IPOA, it's just wonderful. It was a wonderful opportunity. They had things for kids. They had everything from hula hoop contests for the little ones to water slides to food. The community came out, and that's what the most important part about the city of Indio that I personally love is our community, and they come out and we support one another, and just having the backpacks there and being able to provide that service to our kids I thought was really wonderful. Let's see, what else? Just so many things. Yes, hard to believe it's been a decade for the Desert Trial Academy, and that's just really given an opportunity for our locals, our local community to practice, to learn the law and to go to law school. I think that's really huge, and I know it's made a huge difference in the lives of many of the folks whose dream it was, because it's really geared to allow people to work or to have families and to go to school at night, go to school on the weekends, and that's just opened up opportunity for a lot of our locals here. Messenger ribbon cutting. So I was going to ask you, council member, so what's the message of the messengers? Welcome to Indio, right? Welcome to Indio. Those messenger robots, as we call them, really are huge. They're huge for our community. There isn't anybody that doesn't walk by the city, see those robots. It's just like the center of the community. When we thought the new city hall was going to be, I think those messengers are. I think that's where we need to hold our meetings from now on, just because people come to the community to see our murals and to see the messengers. They are definitely a focal point in our community. Let's see, what else do we, Indio Brewing, our first brewery, it's a beautiful brewery, hard to say, up at the north end. We also, some of us attended Everbloom Coffee. For those of you that are familiar with Everbloom down on Highway 111, they're coming to the downtown area, and they had maybe not quite a soft opening, but they opened the doors to say, hey, this is what we're doing, this is what we're going to look like. We're going to be opening soon. Stay tuned. Hopefully in the next few weeks, we will see Everbloom opening in the downtown. Along with Councilmember Ortiz, we attended this College of the Desert Volunteer College Corps. That was the most heartwarming thing. You know, we have these college kids, and there were like 52 of them or 54 of them that were graduating that spent 450 hours volunteering. Yes, they get, I think, some level of credits, but the heart with which these young people really talked about how their lives had been transformed due to the service that they gave to their community. And when you think of so many of these college folks, you know, they are working, they're going to school, as many of us did, some have families, and then those number of hours that they put in, and how it really created that sense of service in their lives was really touching and heartwarming. I really enjoyed that very, very much, that ceremony. Let's see, Roosevelt Elementary, wasn't that fun this morning? You know what, you had kids and, you know, their little uniforms. They were all ironed. I think I commented to Jose, it was cute, one little kid, his shorts were ironed, you know, mom and dad on the other side of them. But it was really neat to see all the excitement of a first day at school. You know, there were teachers out there, the principal was out there early on. You know, some of the board members were out there just really engaged in welcoming the kids to the first day of school. Let's see, IPD 95th, thank you. I was not able to attend, but that's huge. And it is our own Indio Police Department that really keeps this community going. It is the heart of our community, and people don't realize the extent to which they really help that community, and they save lives in every way imaginable. Luckily, we get a lot of that information. We get some of those reports, but they're out there every day on the front lines, and they're reaching out, to our youth, and they're reaching out to our elderly. They are out there in our community trying to ensure that it's a safe place and it's a community-oriented place. So thank you and congratulations on that. Let's see, what else? Oh, thank you to the chief and Sergeant Plata. There's a problem up at Terralago, at Four Seasons Terralago. There's the part of that community, it pushes up back to a berm, and there's water, CVWD, and then it belongs to county and federal lands. And so there's a huge challenge because it's traversed by people in four-wheel drives and people that still think it's a shooting range from 30 years ago, and so on and so forth. And a lot of the people that bought homes on that edge of that community are concerned. And thank you, Chief and Sergeant Plata, for going out and discussing what that looks like. Thank you for your effort, because night and day, in terms of the difference it has made, and I see you in the corner there, it's so important to this community because there's a sense of safety, a sense of peace and quiet, and the importance of feeling that in your community you can walk outside your back door and be safe. So really appreciate that very, very much. And I am sure there was so much more that we've done. My page is full. It's awesome what's going on in this community. It's fantastic. All the construction, it's that buzz is out there. People are out there talking about what's next, what's going on. Can't wait for this, can't wait for that. So just thank you to my fellow council. Thank you to staff for this buzz that's going on in our community. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Most of my committees were dark except for Sunline Transit Agency, which Councilmember Furman took over for me. We did not have a quorum, but we're working on operations at the yard that's there off of Thousand Palms, off of Varna Road there. New generators, service stations, security fencing, and things that are going to make the operation a little bit more safe and secure, but also a lot more efficient, because a lot of the buildings in that are 40 to 50 years old, and kind of like the buildings that we're replacing here. It gives the people that work there not only an opportunity to work in one area so they don't have to be as less efficient, but also at the same time it gives them a quality place to actually work. So we're thankful for that, and thank you, Councilman Furman, for taking that meeting, because unfortunately there was only 5 of us there and we were not able to do it. There's 10 of us total. We needed to have a quorum to be able to do it, so we weren't able to vote on anything except for our committees, and then Councilmember Furman took over for me there. As you've heard, our ribbon cuttings continue to keep rolling through the city of Indio. The exciting things, besides the messengers, which we do a joint venture with all their artwork with Golden Voice and that, and the artists that work with them, we've been able to utilize multiple throughout the city of Indio. So you'll see more as time goes on. But the messengers really sends an amazing statement in how big they are, but also how unique and beautiful they are. But the ribbon cuttings that we also had from Trust and Believe Counseling, Indio Brewing, we're talking about Burger Box. The exciting thing about them, they're all family owned. They're all residents of the city of Indio that followed their dream by starting a small business and came here. Some of them, like Ms. Ruiz, who worked at Burger Box for 24 years, went from being an employee there to being an owner. Trust and Believe are school employees, and they decided they wanted to help with the counseling. And so there's just some great stories of individuals out there that are continuing to start their dreams here in the city of Indio, and we welcome all small businesses and all businesses to come help us. But it really comes down to our staff continuing to support our businesses, and that to give them the opportunity to get their business up and rolling. A lot of times it's timing. How long does it take to get the permits? How long before we can get the inspections? And our staff works tirelessly to get these small businesses. But you're also going to see some stuff that the city's doing here very shortly. The Clubhouse Golf Course will be opening up, and we'll have ribbon cutting for that. Our library's finished, basically, except for putting stuff in. The building's done next to City Hall. That is going to be a monumental improvement to not only the downtown, but our efficiency with our employees, and also a state-of-the-art library that was probably 20 to 30 years overdue. So our hats off to our residents for supporting us, and then our staff and everyone to make sure it gets done. The open house, we had the Friends of the Children of the Coachella Valley. It's on Indio Boulevard. It's where the commercial lighting is. It's up the stairs there. It's really a mentoring system for kids that need some help. 2 hours at the business, 2 hours at the school, helping them to get ahead in reading and other things. So it's kind of like the Ophelia Project, but for younger students instead of the high school students. So another great organization that's helping us. And then our Assemblyman, Jeff Gonzalez, had an open house. He moved his office from Coachella to the city of Indio. He is an Indio resident. He's also our Assemblyman, along with being a pastor and a Marine. So it's great to see one of our legislators bring their office into the city of Indio. And then lastly, the Indio PD, their 95th anniversary, for their support and the help of our community. Without a safe, clean, neat city, our police department, and along with our fire department, are top notch, and they continue to support us. It was great to see 95 years. There were some special awards from people that not only saved lives, but I think they all mentioned Mr. Cardenas, Officer Cardenas, who is the individual God intervention there. Here's a gentleman that's drowning in a canal, and the one person that jumps in to save him happens to be a Coast Guard individual who has the training to stay afloat, be able to hold him, give him chest compressions while he's there, and then wait for help. I mean, of all the police officers we have, he happens to be the one that's there to get in. So divine intervention there for sure. And then lastly, you see the two hats up here. The 9th Annual Mayor's Cup is this Friday between the Shadow Hill Knights and the Indio Rajas. It is a one-sided, lopsided thing so far. It's 8-0 in terms of Shadow Hills beating up on Indio High School. I know we have a lot of Rajas here. My kids are all Rajas. I'm an honorary Knight, but it's a great game. If you want to go see some great hometown football, there's games, there's food, there's activities. Go down and support your local high school. Watch 2 of your games. I know this isn't Texas, but they have some real good fun, and they have an award. We're going to do the coin flip at 7 o'clock. You can go down. And then Councilman Furman is going to be presenting the trophy to the winning team. I'm a true politician, 23-23 tie. But I'm looking forward to a great game, and it's great to see the city of Indio bring our youth and our families out. A tradition that started 9 years ago now. We are the only city in the Coachella Valley that has 2 full-fledged high schools. We actually have 3. We didn't talk about Amistad, but 2 that have sports programs. And so for them to go head-to-head, this was kind of an idea of a few people, but obviously Rudy Ramirez, who was the principal of Indio High School, and then also Mr. Marcus Woods. No, it's Monica's now, but they were the 2 that actually started this, to think about the rivalry of Shadow Hills, the old people against the new. So it's great to see. So with that, I will end my comments and move on to the consent calendar. Yes.
If I can, I forgot a couple of things.
Okay,
I apologize. That was a great way to end it, but I have a couple of things I want to share as well.
Sure.
Myself and Chief Tolley, we attended a 29-year anniversary of service for pastoring in our community for Pastor Sal Robledo and his wife Anita at the Victory Outreach. So we attended the service there. It was a great service. There was a lot of folks there. But, you know, the Victory Outreach has been a staple in our community for a lot of years, and they helped save a lot of people here. And so I think it's just great that we had the opportunity to attend that great event. And so, you know, thank you to Pastor Sal and his wife for continuing their service in our community. So that was a great event. And if I can, Mayor, if I could ask that we end our council meeting in the memory of one of our business owners who passed. She was very known in our community. She went to school here. Her and her husband own a business here. Her name's Ivana Gomez. She was lost in a tragic incident recently, and we want to keep her husband, Luis, and her daughters and grandchildren in prayer. And so I just wanted to share that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. And thank you for heading over to Victory Outreach and making sure that they know how much we respect them and thank them. With that, we'll move on to the consent calendar, which is item 9.1. We have quite a few this time to 9.26. And I know that Mayor Pro Tem Elaine Holmes is recusing herself on 9.8, 9.10, and 9.19. Does anybody want to pull anything in any of those, or does anybody have any comments?
You know what, I'd like to pull and just have a short conversation around item 9.7.
Okay. Anyone else want to pull anything or talk about anything?
9.6 for me, 9.10, and 9.18. And I informed the city manager. Unfortunately, we missed our prep meeting, and so I made sure the staff was aware.
Okay. Mr. Ortiz or Furman, anything? No. Okay, so let's go with 9.7 first. Mayor Pro Tem?
So, thank you. The 9.7 is payment of $166,000 to the Coachella Valley Association of Government, CVAG, related to the power agency, and I have been involved with that for quite some time. So we already have all this in process, and so that $166,000 and our relationship with this organization is something that I want to ask and question. You know, that's an additional sum of money. Is this something that it's part of an organization? Are we sending a check? Or at this point, or are there milestones in this power agency effort that must be met before we give them X number of dollars?
Mr. Montgomery, do you have any
Sure.
comments?
I think the option would be for us to present to CVAG and to the board some different approach to this, you know, maybe perhaps installments or a reimbursable as they can provide services. We send our share of the reimbursement, really at your direction. We do recommend approval for the support of the entity. We had some discussions whether or not each city could rotate and perhaps be the operating entity for it. There wasn't a lot of support for that from our colleagues. Having an independent agency operating it seemed to be what they preferred, and so that's why it's before you this evening. But to your question, yes, we could find a different way to remit those funds pursuant to your direction.
You know, that's what I would like to see, sort of more of a reimbursable basis. Yeah, we obviously need to be a part of this and engaged, but a reimbursable would be my suggestion on that.
Mr. Furman, anything on this?
I'm having some technical difficulties, but it's okay. You know, I think it's important to, you know, looking at the dollar amount that we understand, this is broken up between 3 cities, right? So, excuse me, 2 cities and the county. So Indio is the biggest of all. We're the biggest energy user. Nonetheless, we agreed that we would break it up amongst the 3 entities. Now, however, if another city were to join, they would have to buy in, and those dollars would cut down. So, you know, we had some options of how we wanted to do this, and for me, I think this was the best option. How we decided what we're going to pay CVAG. Nonetheless, how we pay them, I don't have a problem if it's invoice, you know, over a month or 2, however we're going to do it. But you know, we're going to vote on this. But I agree that we need to be part of this entity moving forward, especially in respects to governance of energy in our community.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Furman. So, Mr. Montgomery, you think to move forward with what we have now and then look at other options, or do you think that we can do the approach? I see Ms. Felchey's here from CVAG. Is that something that you think we should do? Can we go back and look at paying for it and doing opportunities to talk to CVAG about the way to actually pay them as the services come forward, or would you like us to move forward with what we have now and give you the option to do both?
Well, I think with your direction is a great question. As has been discussed, maybe it doesn't matter how it gets to them as long as you're in agreement with it. We could work with them on a reimbursable, perhaps on a quarterly basis, but to the part of your question, perhaps just within the year, we could evaluate what's being accomplished, what are the plans, and just because if you vote for it this evening doesn't mean you wouldn't next year, or there isn't an alternative. We have a JPA in place.
Yeah.
So it's been mentioned by many behind the scenes, why are we in this? We see some virtue. $166,000 is a lot of money, but to Councilman Furman's point, it's a third of the cost of the operations. Okay. So I do recommend that we proceed, perhaps monitor over the course of this year, remitting the payment only as needed. Perhaps it shall not exceed 166, so if the invoices are less, obviously, we wouldn't remit any more than what was invoiced.
Is that fine with you, Mayor Pro Tem?
That's fine with me.
Okay, so we'll go with that. And then, Mr. Gatron, I want to skip 9:10 when we get to it. We'll vote on everything else after that, but go to 9:6 and 9:18. We'll discuss those. 9:10 is a recusal item for Mayor Pro Tem, so we'll take those after she leaves the room. So go ahead, 9:6.
So 9.6, and I know that our Director of Finance, Ruby, along with the City Manager, excuse me, I'll repeat myself. 9.6 is something that I brought to the attention of the City Manager. I know that the Director of our Finance would be Ruby, and I just want some clarity for the public to understand. Obviously, in the previous role, it was held by the Director, giving that authority and what you're now recommending through the support of the City Manager back to the elected, as it used to be many, many, many years ago before even Rob Rockwell was around. And so my understanding is, again, we're going back to the elected, and the elected would come back and report back to the body of the council, or could you describe that?
Yeah, so the item before you this evening is the annual review and approval of the investment policy, as well as the consideration of the delegation of the city treasurer to manage the investment affairs and cash management of the city, which we coordinate together. So this has been an ongoing annual delegation. Rob Rockwell held both as the appointed treasurer as well as the director of finance at that time. So what we're doing is continuing that delegation through your city treasurer, because it's ultimately the responsibility of the city council delegated to the city treasurer.
So as the elected, he or she in that position, as you're recommending, would still come back to the council?
Correct, and this is just council's approval via resolution to continue that annual delegation, because per the policy, it's required annually.
So again, it's in your report, but I wanted clarity so everybody could hear it, to educate our public, that as we delegate with the approval from council to an elected official, being the treasurer, they wouldn't relinquish the council's oversight in working with you and the treasurer and the city manager.
Correct.
Okay.
Go ahead. Quick second. And Ruby, when we do that, that would go with whoever the treasurer is. So we're not talking about just when Rob is. That would be continuous if Rob decides to step down or gets replaced. That the new treasurer would be part of that same equation.
Correct. That would be correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And again, at one time, our treasurer did a lot more. Not that Rob will not do a lot more, but again, it's an educational part. When I read it and I didn't have the opportunity, I wanted to make sure that the public understood that. And it's nothing it's just to keep informed. As him being an elected official, having this responsibility and why we're doing it. Thank you so much.
Any other questions?
No, miss.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And 9:18. Yeah.
Okay. With this one is my ongoing question, and I know city manager staff, along with Tim, has working diligently on this sports park. And I see that there's another investment that's coming forward. Where are we besides this? Do we expect anything else? Because things are unpredictable right now. And the more time that goes on, where are we still when we're preparing to do the RFP for the maintenance and operations of that sports park?
Well, relative to the change order, Don Ueno has been managing the project. We're getting so close that there shouldn't be much more, if any, left by way of change orders. With regard to the overall management of it, we continue to evaluate and coordinate with DRD, and we're looking at different opportunities where maintenance facilities and storage of equipment can take place on the property. Perhaps Don could speak to that, but we have not presented that decision to you, or recommendation to you yet.
Well, I know that we had approved for that budget, but then we see this come up, and again, things come up that happen.
Sure.
I know that there's a lot of hope and goodwill in what we're doing, because it is a long time coming, but again, when you see almost really 500,000, we're what, 497, whatever.
It's a lot of money, and just for the public to know, when the council allocates a large budget for a project, if anything is over $75,000, we still bring it back to you, even if it's budgeted. So it's not that the money, we have to go find money, and that there's some rare instances where that happens, but the budget is there. We're just looking for your authority. Okay, can we appropriate this? Because my authority is at 75, and this is for something. But Don can answer a few of those specifics. I think that might be helpful for your question.
It's to educate us and make sure we're staying top, because it's a big ticket item amongst everything else.
Yeah, and as you can see from the staff report, there's a lot of 2,000 here, 3,000 there, and what we do is we lump them all together. The contractor does the work. We document, our inspectors record what is being done in the field, and does those dollar amounts, jive with what their quote was, and then we lump them all together and then come before you in one big package. It also helps the contractor to do it in these bigger chunks rather than 40 change orders, or I think this one was 20 something. And like the city manager says, once we hit 75,000, we come back to you guys as far as just to be transparent as far as the obligation. But in the staff report, we did kind of describe each of the change orders, what they were for, and we are expected to come back to you. We still need to pay for the electricity for the park. Currently, we have temporary power. It is going to be a big ticket item. We already knew that during the design phase, but it will be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we will come back to you to ask to get permanent power. Right now, the temporary power just runs enough electricity to wet the grass, to run the irrigation system. Wow. And then we are waiting for the switchgear to come. And then we also need to get permanent power all the way from Monroe Street to through Market Street to where the sports park is. So you can expect another big ticket item coming before you, but that was already put into our budget, and just for transparency's sake and to authorize the payment. So. Yeah.
And you bring up a good point. It's already in the budget.
Yes.
So we want to continue to remind that. Again,
yes.
We know it, but I want to make sure, because there's a lot of interest. A long time coming in that part of our city. Yeah. And so the other question would be is, as we're moving forward in the undeveloped land, because some of the businesses have mentioned this, we're going to do mitigation on any dust control on, or try to, the area that's the vacant lot side of it, which, how many acres is that? I don't remember. A big 5 acres.
I think there's 8. I think we're applying for another grant for phase 2 of the park.
Yes.
And that was about 8 acres of vacant land that we are going to.
I'm not going to take the mayor's thunder, because he had a couple of really good ideas that we probably should discuss in the future. But again, in the meantime, as I envision, and I think maybe those of us that are here, it's going to be packed because it's the new thing. But we still need to make sure that they don't use that for over parking, foot activity, because they want to go get something to eat, because there are eateries and opportunities on Jackson Street. And I just want to be mindful that as the costs are going, that we keep that in mind. And I don't even know if we temporarily bury it. A barrier around it, because people will be people with big events. They're going to park where there's open space. So, which probably should include part of our parking plan.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, sir.
Any other questions? Think of this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
For the power, do we have a timetable on the switchboard?
Originally, the switchgear was supposed to be delivered to us in May of this year. Obviously, that has, we've been informed sometime about February that the switchgear would be delayed to September 12th, which is about a month away. Once that gear is in place, then we can bring the permanent power into the park. So, and that's going to run, from the field lights to the restrooms, concession stands, everything else in the park. So,
I can't wait.
Me too.
Anything else, Mr. Furman? Mr. John?
And last question, if you're not prepared, I can understand, so excuse me.
No problem.
We still move ahead in dealing not only with the maintenance and oversight of the park, is the security plan not just included lighting and anything else that involves that. It's good to know because we want to educate the public that we'll still be monitoring even when that place is closed.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so.
It's a long-term commitment.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And will, one quick question.
Sure.
Will the park be open during the day or without the switchgear? Are we going to utilize it in the meantime before we get the lights and everything else for it? What's your plan, or wait until we're all done?
I believe some of those discussions have been in the works. I haven't been privy to it. I'm just basically trying to build the project. But there are different discussions going on at different levels as far as what is that going to look like, and the maintenance, and obviously
You're our expert turf man, but that's our big issue right now, is we just want to make sure that the turf is solid. But you're right, during the daytime it could be utilized. It's a community complex, so we hope there are folks that would use it, even not program play. DRD does do our programming. The issue of the maintenance, I think we're still looking at some bids on that with who would help us with it. But yeah, I think once the grass is ready, we feel comfortable that folks get in there. At nighttime, we wouldn't be able to use it, and I'm not sure if the restrooms have power yet, but we'll confirm.
Yeah, it's something we'll need to look at, make a plan, because if they're going to start to want to utilize it during the day and that, we're going to have to make sure it's shut down at night so we don't have vagrancy or damage and that beyond what we can do, especially if there's no lights. But during the day, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want to try and use it, and I don't know how we'd keep them off it, to be honest with you.
Well,
so
the fence hasn't worked thus far, but it looks beautiful.
Good problem to have.
Yeah, if anyone is, drive by, look through the fence, it's going to be
beautiful.
fabulous.
Yeah, it's just another addition to the city. Yeah, great job. Thank you.
Thanks for the work. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Anyone else want to pull anything? No, sir. Okay, then what we need to do is, we can vote on this first. Well, if somebody would like to make a motion on 9.1 to 9.7, 9.9, then a 9.11 to 9.17, and then 9.19 to 9.26, if we could approve those, and then we'll take the other three, it's 9.11 to 9.18 and 9.20 to 9.26. Excuse me.
So move as recommended and discuss.
We have a second?
Second.
Second. First by Councilmember Catron, second by Councilmember Furman. Please vote. That's unanimously 5-0. With that, we'll take the last three items that Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Holmes is not able to do, is 9.8, 9.10, and 9.19. And once she leaves, Mr. Catron, you can talk about your questions on 9.10, and then we can look at voting on the other three. All right, Mr. Catron.
Thank you, Miguel. And I appreciate it, and thank you, City Manager. So this is something that I've been involved before any of you were here, in the investments that we're doing throughout the city and the parks and so forth, and taking care of them. And I stressed at the time at City Manager Dan Martinez the need that police can't do it on their own, and we're going to have to police it. And looking at cities of San Diego, Los Angeles, and those where I took time and looking at it, is implementing a service where there's a partnership. And this came bringing a security service that would be the eyes and ears and report things and do that. And that was just to police the downtown area from Highway 111 to Indio Boulevard to Oasis to Jackson, community parks, city facilities, and so forth. And obviously that's worked well because it has helped. And then with your hard work and your predecessor with, just lost my train of thought.
Carl Morgan.
Carl Morgan, thank you. I'm hanging out with the elderly too much.
You're hanging out with me.
So with Carl Morgan and yourself and what you're doing, it's been success. What I'm seeing is it's just monopolizing in a way that favors everybody, and the contract just keeps growing. And obviously you're trying to fix that. What else do we envision, and how are we working with our merchants that are also taking advantage of the same service as well from the same vendor? The vendor's done a great job. It's just, again, the perception.
I can't speak for the individual businesses on who do they decide to contract. Our agreement with Cerna Security is just for the Downtown Ambassador Program. Now, our ambassador does check in with each individual business. It's not just whoever's contracted with them outside of this agreement. They check in and stop by and say, hey, everything good? And, you know, I know Gabino's has called them a couple times, and he has their cell phone numbers, and they have his cell phone number. Like, hey, there's someone in here that won't leave. So they touch just about every business that needs assistance.
Yeah, and like I said, the job has been good, but again, it just appears, I don't want to be in that position, at least my opinion is, that as these contracts continue to grow, we're going to have to look at giving an RFP opportunities and not continue with a rollover. No disrespect to the business, because the business has done a good job, but it's just, again, we're all excited because things are just moving left and right. Your team and everybody else is just popping them left and right, and during the summer it's been busy. So that was just the clarity for the public that this is a step of reassurance that we're doing the best business practices to move forward.
Absolutely.
And you're comfortable, Miguel, with Cerna being able to handle it with the staffing and everything else, the new goals and ideas?
Absolutely, Mayor. Tony, who is our ambassador, is dressed differently than regular Cerna Security. He has a white polo, brown khakis. He hangs around Food Truck Friday area, which has been a tremendous help for Tony Romero. You know, there was someone with an airsoft gun, which looked like a real gun. This ambassador spoke to that person, determined it wasn't a real gun, but still had to call IPD, but kind of did that first point of contact of, is this real gun so I could call 911 right now or not? Ultimately, he did have to call dispatch, call it in so they could come out. IPD spoke to the person and handled it. But we roughly have minimized calls to 1 to 2 times a weekend when they're out there for IPD. Tony is a staple in the community. He's worked at Neil's for a very long time. He knows a lot of people. A lot of times he goes, hey man, you know me, I grew up with you. Like, come on, move along, or you're causing trouble, and you know, this is your hometown. Don't be doing that. And so they respect him. A lot of the residents and the visitors, they respect him. So I see that it has worked. I have full faith in what they do. We use them for Second Saturdays. Brad Taylor, who's kind of the supervisor and oversees all of it. We tell him, hey, there's some trouble going on over here, and he just mobilizes people, and he takes advantage of the extra patrols that the city pays for around sites and parks, and they can call for backup if they need to, or call IPD when needed.
And that was the concept, and I think one of the, and this is positive, the Councilman Wayman Furman made a point to visit the park, and it was nice to see security visible, and that's my whole point with all our community parks, especially the busiest parks, is having someone there. Not always has to be the security guard, but a person representing us who's there, like they do in the other cities, like La Quinta, Coachella, Palm Desert. They're assigned the parks. Of course, it costs money. We were just talking about the finances. But at the end of the day, they create a relationship, and they feel safe. And for the public to know, it's not that we're having problems to the events that have been experienced in the past. We're maintaining that sense of security while you're out there, and then there's relationships, and we're trying to be proactive. The city of Los Angeles, when I was there for 2 weeks, and business districts coming about, that was the idea. We came back and reported to the city manager then, Dan Martinez, is that we have to deal these, because police cannot do it on their own, especially being the eyes and ears, and that's the case here. As we're growing, and it's all family-based, and it's a big benefit to our merchants and the community.
Absolutely, and this is we're entering our 3rd year with security or ambassador services with Cerna.
Remember when you and I and Carl talked about it?
Yep.
So, and I appreciate taking it. Again, it's to educate the public on the investment that we're doing.
Thank you, Miguel.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on any of it?
Yeah, I do, Mayor.
Go, Mr.
Thank you, Miguel, for the hard work that you're doing, and I support this. I remember early on talking to our city manager about an ambassador program. I really had never heard of it, but it does a lot. It does a lot of different things. Just having a person there, it does alleviate the stress from our police department and saves them from calls. Officer might get a call, might have to come down, then they got to generate reports, and it takes them from other more pressing issues that we have. And Tony does a great job of that. I've known Tony for a lot of years, and he does a great job of building rapport with the community, whether it is asking somebody to leave or giving somebody's mother a ride on his golf cart, because I've seen him do it. And so that's, and it shows that working relationship with the community. So this is a great program, and I just appreciate the work that you're doing down there. And I support this. So I know we got other issues. But
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Furman. So we have, if there's no other comments, we have 9.8, 9.10, and 9.19 we haven't addressed. Does anybody like to make a motion or any other comments?
I'll motion to approve.
First by Councilmember Ortiz, second by Councilmember Furman. Please vote.
I missed one, Mayor.
Want to do it again?
Was it-
Yeah.
Yes, let me do roll call, please.
Okay.
Councilmember Huitron,
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz,
Yes.
Councilmember Furman,
yes.
and Mayor Miller.
Aye, passed
Thank you.
unanimously 4-0. If we could bring back in the Mayor Pro Tem? Yep. So you guys need to take a recess real quick? Or not?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. We're going to take a 5-second recess, a 5-minute recess, real quick. righty, we're going to get the city council meeting back to order. We're on our administrative items. We obviously have a few people who'd like to speak. It was a little more than 5 minutes, so I apologize. We're going to move on to item number 10 now, which is administrative items, which is 10.1. Staff and cities municipal finance advisors will provide an overview of community facility districts and assessment districts. Mr. Nix, you handling this for us, sir?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Mayor, you're wearing the wrong hat.
I got a night shirt on, so I said I'm going to be equal because I know I'm going to hear about it. So put on a Roger hat.
Jonathan, you obviously have your Superman cape on.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
So if I could get the PowerPoint up, please. This item is just an overview of community facilities districts. You know, there's a lot of development going on in the city. It's been a while since the council has looked at our goals and policies for community facility districts and assessment districts. The current policy that the council has is from 2004, so it's over 20 years old, so we thought it's time to look at it. And coming in the future are some new developments that have the possibility for some community facility districts. So we thought it'd be good timing to provide an update. And we have our experts here. We have Brian Forbath, is our bond counsel, James Fabian. He's our municipal advisor from Fieldman, Rollup and Associates. So they'll be providing that overview for us. So I'm going to introduce those two gentlemen.
Thank you, Jonathan. Again, Jim Fabian with Fieldman, Rollup and Associates. Great to be here, and I'm looking forward to that 23-23 tie. So, as Jonathan said, we have a overview of land secured financing that we want to walk through tonight, and we'll try to do this as quickly as we can. And let me just figure out how to do this. Okay, great. So let's talk about what are land secured districts. There's really two types. Assessment districts that have been around for a long, long time, going back to 1913, 1915, and then community facilities districts, or CFDs. We like to use the short term of ADs or CFDs. And the CFDs started back in 1982, really as a outgrowth of the need to fund public improvements after Prop 13 was passed in the late 70s. And so this was a tool that was developed to be able to fund infrastructure for growth. Typically, both these type of districts fund backbone infrastructure, and by that, it's really the core infrastructure for new developing areas, the streets, the storm drains, the water, sewer, parks and trail system. Really now, CFDs are really the norm for new development in California. Much more flexibility to be creative and flexible in how you levy a special tax to fund infrastructures. Assessment districts are typically used where you have existing homeowners. The one project I'm working on right now, which is an assessment district, is in Laguna Beach, where we're taking a neighborhood and underground in the utility districts, and specifically the benefit is for that neighborhood. Typically, assessment districts are special assessments, so you have a lien on your property that is a fixed dollar amount that shows up on the title report. A CFD is a special tax. There's also a special tax lien that shows up on the title report for your property. Assessment districts have a very specific benefit requirement that the engineer's report really delineates with a lot of specificity, and CFDs are much more flexible in general in their approach. Okay, so what happens is typically under a CFD, under the Mello-Roos law that was created in 1982, you as the city council form a legally separate district that's a separate public entity. The landowners typically in a project vote to have the CFD placed on their property. So they typically petition the city to form a CFD on their property to be able to have a mechanism to fund the infrastructure requirements. Typically, after they do that, bonds are sold and the special taxes that are levied against the property are used to repay the bonds associated with the property. The CFD bonds are limited obligation, no involvement of the city's general fund or the city's credit. It's solely based upon the property and the special taxes that are levied against that property for properties that are located within the CFD. Again, the landowner has to vote 2/3 or higher to form the CFD, and the other mechanism is when you have more than 12 registered voters, you would have to do a registered voter election, but that's hardly ever done. It's typically, when you think about a CFD, you have raw land, you have development happening, that developer or landowner wants to have a mechanism to fund the infrastructure, and they use a CFD for that. Again, as I said, it's a separate legal entity, no financial liability to the city. There's no staff. The city is the administrator of the CFD, and typically that's contracted out. So what can be funded by a CFD? As I mentioned, it's that backbone infrastructure. It has to have a useful life of 5 years or more. You can include both the hard costs, the concrete, the typical type of infrastructure improvements, and the soft costs, the design, the inspection, the contract management. The other thing is that services can also be funded by a CFD, and those services can be used to maintain the infrastructure that is funded through the CFD. Again, the city's ongoing administration costs are also funded by the CFD. And then you, the city, would typically own the infrastructure that is funded by the CFD. Sometimes you would enter into another contract for other public agencies for their infrastructure. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Brian Forbath, to talk a little bit more about legal requirements.
Hey, good evening. Brian Forbath from Stradling. Good to see you all again this evening. So just to step back and talk about the formation process for a CFD. CFD takes about 3 to 6 months to form a CFD, and it really sort of depends on whether you've got a property owner CFD or a registered voter election CFD and the timing of it. If it's a property owner CFD, there's provisions underneath the Melleru's law that allow the property owners to waive certain election law requirements to have the CFD formed on an expedited basis. So the city council can move fairly quickly, and we'll talk on another slide here about the processes to go through on that. It does require an election, which will be held by the city clerk at a meeting of the city council. So again, one of the important aspects that Mr. Nix spoke about earlier this evening, and kind of the purpose why we're here is to set the stage for is before a city can form a CFD, you have to have a CFD local goals and policies. And so the city's local goals and policies were adopted by the city council back in 2004, and they satisfied all the legal requirements at that point in time for CFD goals and policies that were required. Since that point in time, there have been some updates and some nuances that have gone on in the CFD community that I think at the appropriate time we'll come back to you all with some recommendations and talk to you about your local goals and policies and how they relate. But essentially, the goals and policies are a guideline that sort of assists all the policies, all of the parties in determining how the city will approach the land secured financing. It also is the city's intent to support projects which have certain public purposes and certain priority of funding public improvements that the city may want to prioritize over developer prioritized improvements. And then policies also outline certain of the development requirements that are required before the city would issue bonds for a CFD, including how much value does the property have to have versus the amount of CFD bonds that are going to be on the property before you issue bonds. And there's a variety of other aspects into it, including setting priorities for services that the CFD could finance and public infrastructure that the city could finance. And again, as we mentioned, the city staff is sort of reviewing existing policies and plan to come back and update you all with that at some point in the future. One of the key aspects in the CFD is what we call the rate and method of apportionment of the special tax. And this is what the CFD landowners or the registered voters will vote on to approve. And this is how property owners and the residents will choose to tax themselves to pay for debt service on bonds. It essentially sets a maximum rate that the taxes will be levied each year. They're levied on property tax bills, just like ad valorem taxes. They're collected semi-annually. And it also sets forth the term of the taxes, how long they're collected for, and how those taxes can be used to pay directly for the cost of facilities, to pay debt service on bonds that will be issued to pay for facilities, or to pay for public services. So the usual sort of sequence of events of how a CFD forms and how it works is that a property owner, and I think you have one in the audience that may come to you sooner or later here, that will come approach the CFD with a petition that asks you as the city council to form a CFD on their behalf. The city then sort of engages, or maybe has already engaged, a financing team to help analyze the proposal from the developer. That includes usually bond counsel, a municipal advisor, a special tax consultant, and sometimes an underwriter, an appraiser, a market absorption consultant will be part of that team also. The first initial steps are, upon receipt of the petition, the council will adopt a resolutions of intention, of your intention to form the CFD, and at that point in time, that resolution intention doesn't bind the council to do anything, but it calls a public hearing pursuant to which it's open to the public to provide testimony about whether this is a good idea for the city to move forward or not with the formation of the CFD, a chance for the developer to present his case. If the council decides to move forward following that public hearing, you adopt resolutions establishing the CFD and calling elections to be held on that same night as the public hearing. And then the city clerk would conduct that election, certify the election results, and at that point in time, we've got a valid CFD, and a notice of special tax lien gets recorded on the property, and then the city just sort of waits for development to occur, and at the appropriate point in time, the developer will approach the city to go, hey, we've got a bunch of public infrastructure we've constructed or we're going to construct. We'd like you to acquire that public infrastructure with bonds. And at that point in time, then the city would, again, pull its all financing team together and go out into the marketplace and issue and sell bonds to reimburse that developer for the public infrastructure. So the CFD bond sale, to talk about a little bit, again, the approval of the issuance of bonds is in the discretion of the council. You all will have ultimate decision about whether to issue bonds or not. We will come back to you at that point in time with a full set of legal documents, sort of like we have before you on the agenda tonight for the police headquarters. It's a little different, but we'll come back with a bond indenture, bond purchase agreements, and offering documents for the bonds for you all to review and eventually bless and approve. There'll also be an underwriting firm that'll be available that will take those bonds once approved and then offer and sell them to the public to generate the proceeds to reimburse the developer. And then, the interest rates on those bonds are determined sort of based on the market perception of the credit quality of the transaction. As you can imagine, projects with not very much development on them have more risk and sense higher interest rates. Projects with significant amount of developed or fully developed or mostly developed projects have less development risk and therefore lower interest rates. Again, I talked about a little bit about this already, but the documents that the city would approve in connection with the bond sale are resolution of issuance, an official statement, a continuous disclosure agreement, a bond purchase agreement, and a bond indenture. These will look very similar to documents that are going to be presented to you later this evening for your own bond sale. And then so what happens after the bonds are issued? Those bonds are then used, the proceeds of those bonds are then used to reimburse the developers for the public infrastructure that's been constructed. And then the owners, who are now residents or property owners in the district, will then be required to pay annual special taxes to reimburse, to essentially pay for the debt service on those bonds. So, forgive me, I jumped too fast with this clicker. Again, I think I talked about a little bit about that. Your key consultants in the formation process are bond counsel, legal counsel advises the city, attorney-client relationship with you all and provides confidential advice and experience to you. Your municipal advisor, which is Jim Fabian's firm, and then special tax consultant. You've recently gone out and hired Spicer Consulting and Group, which will serve as the city special tax consultant. And then with that, oops, oh, there we go. Sorry, I'm having trouble with the clicker. So again, once the CFD is formed, the special taxes are collected annually pursuant to the rate and method, and they're levied on everybody's tax rolls each year. And I will turn it back to Jim to talk about the existing CFDs.
Thanks, Brian. So again, the city previously has done assessment district and CFD bonds. What we have here is a listing of the existing assessment districts that have been formed and bonds have been issued for in the city. Ruby, in her role as the finance director, works with the assessment district engineer, Wildan, to administer these existing assessment districts. The city has refunded the assessment districts in the past through a private placement basis back in 2012, 2014, and 2017. The goal at that time was to reduce the assessments on the homeowners in each of these assessment districts, which was successfully done. And so these are being administered by the city, and the assessments are put onto the tax roll each year. Additionally, there are a couple CFDs within the community that were previously formed. Again, back in 2014, the two CFDs listed here were refunded on a private placement basis to save residents money at that time. Additionally, there was the Terralaga Improvement Area 1 that was sold back in 2015 on a refunding basis to, again, save the residents money at that time in terms of their annual special tax payments. This is a summary of all those outstanding bonds that you have there. As I mentioned, the 2012 assessment district bonds, the 2014 and 2017. Then you have the CFD Series 2014, and then the CFD 2004-3 Improvement Area A. We work with Ruby and Jonathan and Brian to look at any potential opportunity to refund those debts. You can see there that on the far right that they are callable, some of them at this point in time, but we need interest rates to go down more to be able to have enough economies of scale and savings to warrant looking at actually refunding them at the point in time. Typically, we look at having around 5% MP net present value savings before we would embark on a refunding for savings for the residents. So with that, we wanted to be quick, brief, and provide an overview of land secure financings for you and the districts that you currently have in the city. Again, Jim Fabian with Field and Rolap and Brian Forbath with Stradling. Happy to answer any questions that you have about assessment districts or CFDs.
Any questions, comments? Anyone? Oscar?
Thank you.
No? Thank you. Thank you very much. Very informative.
Thank you.
Good to revisit that information.
Yes, it is, especially with us getting ready to buy some new bonds or issue some new ones. With that, we'll move on to item 10, number 2 is resolution 10513, authorizing the mayor to execute the third agreement to the city manager's employment agreement. Our city attorney, Stephen Pacifico.
Thank you, Mayor. You have the third amendment to the city manager's employment agreement in staff report and draft amendment form. I'm required under the Brown Act to read the following statement. So I'll read that aloud. Before the council considers final action on the proposed third amendment to the employment agreement of the city manager, I am providing the required oral report and summary as mandated by Government Code Section 54953. The draft third amendment extends the term of the employment agreement to May 12th, 2027, and the compensation of the city manager last updated in 2023 is adjusted by 9.83% to an annual base salary of $335,000, retroactively effective May 13th, 2025. That concludes my report, Mayor. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Stephen. Any questions, comments for this item? Mr. Ortiz?
Yes. First, I want to congratulate our city manager on a great evaluation and a great year. We got a lot accomplished this year, and you hear it from all the different ribbon cuttings and the great events that we're having, and so we're doing a great job right now. This was a bit challenging, going back to the residents and seeing, the dollar amounts here and the increases and how we're dealing with this. And so I'm trying to approach this contract in the same manner that we approach our staff contracts. And when I looked at some of the staff contracts, I realized that some of our longest serving employees are maxed out in their position. And so their annual raises go by the COLA increases, which is the cost of living adjustments. And when I looked at some of other organizations nearby, they're moving towards providing raises to executives proportional to those cost of living increases that we're giving to our staff members. And so the last negotiations with most of our worker organizations, that cost of living increase was over 3 years. It was a 4%, a 3%, and a 2% for a total of 9%. And so that's what I would recommend here. Instead of the 10% in 1 year, have the 9% over 3 years, similar to our long-serving workers at the top step. I would like to see us move forward in the future with that in mind, hopefully having our management increases be proportional to the cost of living increases given to our staff members in order to keep things sustainable, financially sustainable, in the same manner we do with our staff. And so again, that's not to diminish the great work that our city manager is doing. This is more on the city council level and how we deal with the increases of executives and management level compared to our staff increases. So that's my input there. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Anybody else wish to comment on this?
I'll just start. I mean,
Go ahead.
yeah. I mean, I understand council members' concern, but those issues could be ironed out when those other contracts come up for negotiation. They don't have to start with the city manager's contract. That shouldn't preclude us from moving forward with his contract. And that's all I can say at this point. I don't know if we have public comment, but I'll wait until council deliberates.
No, we have no public comment this time, either Mayor Pro Tem or don't. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
I just, as we have discussed this, this increase, I think I just want to look at all the economic development that has occurred in our city over the last 3 years, and I think that underscores this increase for our city manager, who heretofore it had not happened until Mr. Brian Montgomery attended or became an employee here and became our city manager. So I think, to me, it's very important to continue the trajectory that the city is on, and to continue with the increase that we had discussed of 9.83%.
Mr. Catron?
Well, being the new person and being fortunate to be elected and representing our community in the last election, my comments will only reflect as a seating council member from the beginning of this year. Even though my experience in the past and seeing the tough times and the good times, I taking a more conservative approach because, again, doesn't mean that the city manager doesn't deserve it, but I also want to live within our means. And I know that things are moving from one bound to the other, and it's really nice. The mayor reminded me of that, about what challenges we've had and how much hard work we've been. And it doesn't mean we don't appreciate the city manager, but I'm not talking a lot. And I kind of agree with both. You've done a good job. Again, I'm the new person, but I also agree with Councilman Ortiz, what he said. I think that we just need to be responsible. And yes, if we had the budget, endless budget like some cities have in the valley, I would probably be more open to it. But I've also seen where we've been. And I'm not asking for much. It's not really a big disrespect to the city manager. He politely voiced what he felt in a way that I give him credit. He says, you feel what is best. You feel how I have been done. He's trying to be humble about it. And I don't think it's no disrespect if we just follow a program that still benefits, because he's got to make a living too. But in all organizations, I do understand that those at the top that are guiding and working, but it's a team effort. that was brought up by one of the other council members, that every single member of our team does work hard. But if even though there was a statement saying, well, if we cut it down short, it's disrespectful. This is the promise that we made. I go, well, you know what? We've made a lot of promises, not this council, but in the history of the city, we've made a lot of promises and it just didn't work out. And sometimes it does. I just feel that we, as being the largest city in the valley, continuing to grow, but we still, even though we're doing really well right now, and of course we don't have a crystal ball, but we didn't have a crystal ball when we had the recession, and we got whacked twice. And I saw the employees that made a lot of suffering. I saw the employees that we lost. It took us 17 years to recover until 2024 to where we're at right now. We are no bigger in staffing levels than we were in 2020. 17 years ago, it took us to be where we're successful right now. But it doesn't mean that we're just going to go crazy with a credit card, or we're not going to go crazy with our finances. I want to be able to walk away saying, in the future saying, we didn't do a bad job, we're doing okay. But it doesn't mean that we're not going to give our city manager something. Because if we didn't agree, we wouldn't be given anything. But I think that his character and the way he carries himself, I think he'll be okay with something that we can work. And to me, I just don't agree with it. And I'm exercising that, but it doesn't mean that I don't respect what he's done. I'm just tune a little bit, be a little bit responsible, and I think we'll all be okay. A year from now or 2 years from now, I guarantee you, it's not going to be. I don't think we're going to have the uprising of the community like we've had in the past when these former bodies before us have made some really tough decisions. It's tough, but it doesn't mean that we're disrespectful. It doesn't mean that we don't honor what we're doing.
Is that it? Okay, thank you. Thank all of you. Go ahead, Mr. Furman.
I respect everyone's voice and opinion, and I hate to sound cliche and use this term a lot, and because some of us in here, we've all been born and raised in the city, and so I think it's responsible that we pause and reflect, because sometimes after we experience win after win, from week after week to month and year after year, we forget how far we've come. And we need to remind ourselves sometimes too where we were before and how much progress we've made and where we are today. And this transformation of infrastructure, economic development, community events, energy security starts with a strong strategic team, our community, a strong council, and it's led by the CEO of the city, who is the city manager. And I want to remind us that under Mr. Montgomery's leadership, we not only kept the city moving, we accelerated progress. What we see in our city the last couple of years, it's not normal for a city to move like that, especially when you don't have an unlimited bank. And tonight's proposal isn't just about a raise, it's about recognizing the leadership, and he has delivered real results to our city. And I hate to be long-winded, but it's important that we remember some things that, first, he's helped us plan for the future. And we've successfully adopted our 2040 general plan. That's our framework. The public safety campus, our new police headquarters, major infrastructures, projects like Monroe, Jackson, Avenue 44. A lot of these projects have been talked about for years, since I was a kid. I'm 45 now, and I'm on council, and now they're happening. That just doesn't happen by the wind. It happens with a team and the leadership. Our community amenities, the sports complex, our downtown revitalization, our park activation and recreation. We talked about some of those partnerships today with Cerna Security, Desert Recreation District. It's great ideas, right? And when you hire someone and bring someone from outside of the fold, they bring a different structure and vision how to make it happen, and he's done that. Our Food Truck Fridays, Movies at Center Stage, Indio's Farmers Market, these events and entertainment are community drivers, and something that I'm very proud of that he's helped us do in this city was honor and recognize our veterans like we have. We've seen it today. We've added the Veteran Banner Program. our 4th of July event, Memorial Day 5K run, our Hunter Lopez Day. We could have did those things in the past, and we talked about them, but they didn't get done until somebody got here. Our single-family homes, affordable housing, market rate developments, some are under construction right now. That's going to support our economic base and support our families. And so I don't bring these up for, just to talk about it, and there's other things. And I say it respectfully, and this is not to down talk anyone who's been here before. This is just to reiterate the fact that sometimes you get what you pay for, and we are making an investment in our city, and he's committed to the future of our city. And this decision is about stability, keeping the momentum, and keeping the leadership. Now, mind you, Mr. Montgomery has 30 plus years doing this. He's not going to be here too much longer. So when you bring someone else in, how are they going to keep us moving forward? This council and other previous councils and previous city managers had gave us a base, and he's took that base and he's performed, and hopefully we keep performing in the future. So, I hate to be long-winded, but like I said, being born and raised here, I know where we've been, I know where we're at now proudly, and hopefully I know where we're going. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Furman, and I'm the last to speak, but this council thought long and hard about it. I was here when we had the downturn in the economy, when we laid people off, and it was one of the toughest things we ever did. I just got on the council. We had burned through all our reserves, even actually borrowed more money against our reserves and had to pay back a couple of agencies to make sure we did it. But it comes with all our staff. It's just not Mr. Montgomery. It's all our staff that does it, from our public safety to our public works to community service. It goes on, because without the residents, without all of them, it doesn't mean much. But this city's going places, and it takes a strong leader. Mr. Montgomery's given over 30 years of dedication towards city management, public institutes, by helping them to succeed. This city, we have other projects coming in today. This city has moved forward. We have a $459 million budget this year that's paid for. And he's leading our team to make sure that we continue to be successful. Mr. Furman rattled off a bunch of stuff here, but that comes, like I said, with all the staff, making sure that they're in place, making sure that the commissioners are working right, making sure that the developers and everyone goes through. It's his leadership that's brought us to where we are. It's good counseling that's helped us to continue to do this. So if there's anything that needs to happen, is we need to put our faith in Mr. Montgomery, give him the funding that we have already decided and agreed to. And then if there's changes to be made, this council needs to make those decisions. It's on us to decide where the money goes. It's Mr. Montgomery to make sure it moves forward, and I have confidence in his ability to do it. I don't disagree with Councilmember Ortiz or Councilmember Gutron. We need to look at our partners in our public safety, our partners in SEIU and all the other agencies that we work with, that we have a responsibility to make sure they get more funding. That has nothing to do with Mr. Montgomery's contract. Mr. Montgomery's contract is Mr. Montgomery's. So we've agreed to a sum. I would like to move forward on this, but like I said, if there's a responsibility to things that come forward, it's responsibility of this city council to get the information they need and then make the appropriate decisions to make sure that we continue to support growth in our public sector through new businesses that bring in taxes, new events and things like that that are going to be able to move us forward. We've come a long ways in the last 5 years, and I want to continue to see it go in the next 5 years, and I think we'll get there with everybody's support. So I'm in favor of this. If somebody would like to make a motion, or is there any other comments or questions on this? We can get this done. Mr. Gutron?
Just a comment of clarity. So our action right now, whatever is the result, will be on the discussion of his salary, correct?
Yes.
No more, no less.
Are you asking us that his salary only be considered and this term of his contract be looked at later? Or what are you asking?
That is the question, because I brought it up, obviously, that that needed to be looked at. Because that wasn't a full discussion that we had, even though I don't feel that the process that we did was correct. And I just want to make sure that we do it right. That's my opinion. I know there was an opinion from counsel, legal counsel. Well, opinions are opinions.
I'm not against having it brought into two motions where we discuss the salary and then we discuss the length of his service at the next council meeting, if that's what your desire, but it would have to be a concurrence with the rest of the council members.
Completely understand the process. I voiced it. And I know that we came to this point where we are today regarding the salary. And the other half, I still feel strongly that the public needs to allow the time, even though legal counsel said the time has been done. Well, to me, it's like a rush job. And there's reasons more to that I've expressed.
Okay. Got your comments. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to speak?
I'm just happy to make a motion.
Okay.
And I'll make the motion to approve the third amendment to city manager employment agreement.
With the amendment from Mr. Gutron, or no?
Well, I was going to do it as it is, as it stands.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. First by Mayor Pro Tem Holmes, a second by Councilmember Furman. Any more discussion? Please vote. Passes 3-2. With that, we'll move on to our next item. We'll move on to public hearings. Item 11.1 is introduction of ordinance number 1821 to approve a development agreement for the Pulte Desert Retreat Housing Development encompassing up to 1,500 homes. And Mr. Nix, are you handling this for us, sir?
Yes, I am, Mayor. If I can get the PowerPoint up, please. As mentioned, this is a proposed development agreement for the Pulte Desert Retreat project. Just a summary of this project. The location it's approximately 378 acres. It's bordered by 40th Avenue on the south, Jefferson Street on the west, so just across the street from Shadow Hills High School, 38th Avenue on the north, and Madison Street on the east, and there's a map of it. It is an active adult community, so the primary homes will be for residents that are 55 plus. And again, as the mayor mentioned, up to 1,500 homes. There's some amenities planned. A central community clubhouse, pickleball courts, bocce ball courts, tennis courts, and a water feature. They're gonna have a lake in there. So this project was already approved by the City Council 2 years ago on August 16, 2023, that approved the Desert Retreat specific plan. The Council certified the environmental impact report and approved the tentative track map for the project. So what's before you today is actual development agreement, which outlines some terms for the development, and the scope of that would be within those prior approvals by the City Council 2 years ago, but also outlines some of the public infrastructure that's going into the project, the new electrical substation that's required, and also blocks in a term between Pulte and the city to work within 15 years to get this development done. So as mentioned, public improvements that are planned and outlined in this development agreement would be for the southern half of Avenue 38 along the property frontage. They would complete that while they're building the homes, full width street improvements between Avenue 39 and Sun City Boulevard. The northern half of Avenue 40 along the property frontage, the western half of Madison Street along the property frontage, and they would also be taking care of all the maintenance for all the landscaping along those street improvements. So community benefits by entering into this development agreement. As mentioned, a new electrical substation very much needed in that area, not only for this development, but future development. So they would be providing the land that is needed to build the substation on. They're providing 25% contribution towards the construction of that substation. Right now, that's estimated at about $5.5 million. If this item is approved today, Pulte would give a $2.5 million payment towards the substation on the effective date of the agreement. They'd give another $1.5 million by the end of the calendar year, and then before the substation is finalized, up to around $1.5 million, depending on what the actual cost of construction is. Right now, that 25% is about 5.5. It might adjust, maybe it might be 1.4, 1.6, depending on what the actual construction of the substation is at the end. Of course, that greatly benefits this area of the city, creates that system resiliency, additional power capacity for not only this development, but any future developments in that area. Also, on Avenue 40, they're doing additional improvements. There'll be new traffic signal at the main entrance to the project. They're also going to widen Avenue 40, have travel and turn lanes, and widen the segment all the way to Jefferson. So they won't just stop at their western boundary of their project. They'll go all the way to Jefferson. That includes the curb, gutter, and sidewalk. And of course, that'll benefit any pedestrian traffic, bicycles, golf carts in that area, and auto travel. So financing fees, you've heard a very long presentation about CFDs. So this outlines that there's ability for the city to do a CFD. This action does not approve a CFD. That'd come back later. But this outlines that there would be an ability for the city to work with Pulte on a possible CFD. We have some terms in there that if we did do a CFD to finance some of this infrastructure, we'd have a max bond term of 35 years. They could be issued in multiple series, but they would keep the tax rate on those new homes lower than 2%. And then also, they're committing to the fees for the city, approximately $12.2 million towards other public infrastructure, like a police station, some fire facilities. Those are all outlined in the staff report. It would freeze the fees at their current rate unless there's already an inflation adjustment in there. Our fee schedule does include some CPIs that are already built in, but it would freeze them at the current rate plus any CPI. And someone really enjoys the fee discussion.
Catchy tune.
I think was that Game of Thrones? I wasn't sure what that was.
I was only kidding about the cake.
Yeah. I don't think that was Superman theme song. But that's just the summary of the development agreement. I'm available for any questions on that. We also have our municipal advisors, and we also have the Pulte representatives here.
Any questions of Mr. Nextfire? This is a public hearing item. I need to open it up. Any? Okay. Anyway? No? Oscar, you look like you're, no? Okay. Well, then we'll open a public hearing and hear from the applicant. Would you like to come up? I do have a few questions, but I'll let my fellow council members first.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is David Dwegley with Pulte Homes, and myself and Jim Vaughn, our land council, are here for any questions. Just briefly, I just want to thank the staff for all their hard work to get us to this point, and we only have 8 more years of permits and plans to run through the city here, but we'll make it to the end. And then I also want to thank the city as a team to, they created the JPA to create future, power for future development. And yeah, so if you have any questions, we're here to answer anything.
Any questions, applicant?
Yeah, I do. I'm trying to go to the staff report. The only question I have is about traffic. If you could spend, I seen there was a widening. Geez, I lost it. Sorry. On Jefferson, do we have a map of that, or
does it have anything on the
Yeah,
the
if
site?
I could pull up the PowerPoint again. I believe on slide 3 we had a site map there. Slide 2, there you go. So that's an overview of the project and the project boundaries. Mr. Furman, what was your question again?
My question is the improvements that are going to be on Jefferson, is going to be widening. Can you speak to that, or is it going to be more lanes, or is it just going to stay there with more, bike lanes, golf lanes? What kind of improvements we're going to do? I've seen traffic signal at the main entrance. What improvements will we have on Jefferson is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, if I'm stating this correctly, it's going to follow the general plan circulation map, which would be, yes, additional lanes. I believe from if you were to project what is south of 40th in front of the Del Webb Shadow Hills project.
Yeah.
I believe that's going up to Jefferson, or I'm sorry, to 38th.
Yep.
So that is additional vehicle lanes and bike lane.
So additional vehicle and bike?
So are we going all the way up, 4 lanes all the way up, Jonathan, to 38th?
Yeah, I think it's a combined project.
City project?
City and with their assistance. The same with Jefferson. We're talking about the widening of
Right,
of
Jefferson
40th.
all the way up, right.
Yeah, and then Jefferson is the city project with CVAG. There is some participation. Their frontage is very minimal there, but all of that will be widened in the very near future.
So it says Avenue 40, okay.
40
and Jefferson, all the way up to 38, up to Talavera. With our
That's
project.
that'll be city project,
Right,
not part
but
of this.
it will be widened,
Yes,
so it does
yes.
let the traffic flow.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I was looking for, is traffic, yeah.
So on this project itself, are you working with the Sun City Shadow Hills? I know they had a lot of contention on you guys coming in because of what they felt was going to be traffic and negative impacts on their properties. Have you been working with them continually?
Yeah, we had a few, town hall meetings to discuss these items and, heard from the residents, and are addressing, items as they come up.
Okay, because I'd like to make sure that you keep, that is my district, I want to make sure you keep in contact with them, keep them understanding. I don't want to come back where they have problems with dust and traffic, and especially as the school starts to come in and we start to have more and more traffic and you start to develop out, it's going to create more and more issues. And if we can nip them in the bud by getting the communication back and forth, either if it's through the city or through your organization, through Pulte, to them will be very beneficial, because the less issues we have, the more smooth it'll be for you and for us to be able to make sure that this project gets done on time. So if we can make sure the communication goes out, and as you know, any kind of project, rumors start to go, and then what happens is it becomes gospel, and we go through and anything we can do to make sure, because I think it'll be a fabulous addition to not only the north side but the city of Indio for the community. The work that you've done at the Shadow Hills and some of your other projects are well renowned, and it's just going to be a great addition. So that's one of it. The second part of it is I'm just not a Melrose person. Just promised myself I'd never get into Melrose when I was on the planning commission years ago. It just hurts the facilities there. We get that consistently on Terra-Lago and other ones where these people are constantly complaining. So you're going to have some homes there in Shadow Hills, Sun City, that have no Melrose. You're going to have other ones that do. And people ask us continue to why. I'm just not a fan of Melrose. I think if you're going to build the project, you need to be able to do it through the funding, and you need to charge more for the houses based on it is, so their taxes are what it's supposed to be. And I understand your philosophy behind it, and I do understand it. It just has not worked out well for us as a city. And I promised myself I wouldn't do it. I can't speak for my fellow council members, but I'm not in favor of Melrose.
David, Mayor, good comments on the dust and the relations and all of that. Those issues were also addressed a couple of years ago with the specific plan in EIR, and those are still in place with the development agreement. Doesn't change any of that.
Okay.
As far as the CFD Melrose, that is an item to consider in the future, but this development agreement doesn't lock us into it or any Melrose or CFD amounts that come back later to the council for consideration.
I just wanted to make sure that was out front so that they know, so they're not planning on something that I'm not going to have their support on. I just promised myself I would not impose any more Melrose on residents. It's just a hard thing for their taxes and that.
Yeah. Understood, Mayor.
I would completely agree with Melrose. We've gone down this path before, and we agreed not to verbally agreed not to go down the path of Melrose. I think to me that's a deal breaker. I think we need to look at how we need to build the project. It's a welcome project. It's a quality project. I look forward to this project in our community, but without the Melrose.
Mr. Guitar?
Well, I was just going to say what the Mayor Pro Tem and the Mayor said. It's been a challenge since the Melrose were introduced, and it's still a challenge today. I still hear about it today from Terra-Lago, Talavera, some of the neighborhoods that are still, and it's also the one section of our city versus the non-section of the city that didn't have to experience that. So it's, if anything even comes close to that, then we need to take a hard review.
A good discussion, council members. Again, that's why we brought our municipal advisors in earlier to just give an overview where we're at with CFDs, and also prior to considering a new CFD or Melrose, that we'll bring those goals and policies back to you for a more thorough discussion on that.
Mr. Pacifico, did you have something?
No, sir.
Thank you. Any other comments, Mr. Ortiz?
Yes. I agree on the Melrose issue. Is this a gated community?
Yes.
I know in our general plan, we had talked about having less of the gated communities to have the connectivity within neighborhoods. So I guess my question is, why are we still moving towards the gated communities?
Again, Councilmember Ortiz, the specific plan for this project with the gated community was already approved by council.
Okay.
Yeah, this is one of the ones we continue to do, and we didn't want the streets because we're responsible for it. So this is a 55 and older community that we had already approved.
That was my question. Excuse me, that was my question. It's a 55 and older community, because I agree with you. The goal is for us to reduce the number of gated communities and to have that more connectedness in our community, but this project.
And when we do it, we also got to remember that we got to maintain the streets, the lights, and everything else. So that's something we have to budget for and make sure that's in there. If we build, we must maintain.
I think the other question I had is on water conservation. We see, another lake being added into our community at the time when, we're having certain future in terms of water supply. Is there any way that we could add, maybe a walking trail that, our seniors there could use for exercise, or any other amenity that would be less water intensive than what we're seeing there? Same question for landscaping. Is that being taken into consideration on water conservation?
Yeah, there is, as mentioned, there are walking trails, there are amenities that are already in the specific plan, and it also does address some of those landscaping issues when the council did the prior approval.
And this will be going back to the planning commission, or has it already been approved by them?
Yeah, already went through the planning commission, already went through council approval for the specific plan, the environmental document. This development agreement just goes over these certain deal points.
That's what I anticipated, but I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't something that was missing. So we've already approved this. This is just the last of it. Okay. Any other questions, comments? We do have.
I think he has a.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can add to the water question, we're also using the lakes as our irrigation system, and ultimately we're going to be receiving the recycled water from Warp 7. So we'll be using that as irrigation for our open space and walking trails.
So you're going to have recycled water
from where?
I'm sorry.
Recycled water from where?
Warp 7,
That's the one behind it, CBWD.
Treatment plant that's right above our project there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you'll have all purple pipe throughout the whole project then?
Correct.
For the landscape and the grass areas?
Correct.
Nice.
Perfect.
And then another thing we implemented was, per the general plan, there's a pedestrian access point, I believe it's every 600 feet.
Awesome.
Along the frontages. So, there's an opening for pedestrians to interact with the parkway.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Furman, did you need anything?
I just wanted to commend him on that water feature. I remember hearing something about it, but I totally forgot about it. But that does serve as a model for future projects, and also want to commend you all for working with the city with the energy issue that we have here, and that's another model that could be followed in the future. How we could get past some of these challenges we've had in the past with our energy, and so that JPA is serving its mission, and this is proving the pudding. So appreciate that.
Yeah.
Any other comments, questions? Anybody, this is a public hearing, anybody want to speak on this subject? With that, I will close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the council?
And Mayor, I'd like to say for the record that we did receive a public comment that was emailed to all of you, and it was posted on the website for the record.
Thank you, I did see that. Thank you for reminding me.
I'll make a motion to introduce the first reading of ordinance number 1821, approving the development agreement with Pulte Desert Retreat Project.
We have a first by Councilmember Furman. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Gutron. Please vote. One more?
There you go.
Did you get them all, Sebdi? Yes. Okay, pass unanimously, 5-0. Thank you very much. We look forward to your project. We'll move on to item number 11-2, which is City Resolution number 10514, IPFA Resolution number 2025-14, each authorizing the issuance and sale of lease revenue bond series 2025A to finance the police headquarters. Mr. Nix, you're handling this for us, sir. You're busy today.
Yeah, last one, I promise. I was actually waiting for my theme song. So these are the lease revenue bonds, as the mayor mentioned, Series 2025A for the police headquarters building. So just an overview and a recap for the city council and the community. The city council and staff have been working diligently on a resource allocation and planning for this police headquarters. As a year ago, June 2024, with the budget approval, $5 million was allocated initially towards the police headquarters. Subsequent to that, in October 2024, we hired Holt Architecture to work on the facility. Holt has done the balance of the public safety campus. They've worked on, they're currently working on the library and city hall projects, so really good team we have with Holt. And also Same team with Tilden Coil Constructors, who manages all of our contractors on those same projects. So from November till now, the city manager's office, our police department, Chief Tully, has been very active in this and keeping his team engaged on the project, working on the program development, the needs assessment for the building, and we're racing away to the end of the calendar year to get the construction documents done so we can get this out to bid. A couple months ago, City Council allocated another $5 million, so we have $10 million in the Capital Improvement Fund in the bank towards this project already. So there's a council ad hoc committee appointed. It's Mayor Glenn Miller, Councilmember Gutron. We've been meeting with them over a series of months. We provided our last update to the City Council on March 19th, have that highlighted there. Met with our ad hoc committee twice more at the end of June to give that project status update, and we just met last Friday to provide another update on our progress. We're still on time, we're still in budget based on our preliminary budget, and just wanted to provide them a brief overview before we came before the full council today. So today's recommended actions are to approve the issuance of the lease revenue bonds to fund the project and all the related documents. I will not read all those things. And then also adopt the resolutions that are needed to issue the bonds. The bond will be a not to exceed amount of $35 million. You'll see later in the presentation that we don't anticipate going that high. Maximum interest rate of 6%. Again, we think we're going to be under that. And then also the underwriter's discount. The repayment source of the bonds is City General Fund, but that includes the Measure X, and that's probably what we will use moving forward and recommend to the council as we make those payments within the budget. So Public Safety Campus Phase 1, we have our Public Services Building, we have Fire Station 86, and the Dispatch Center on the bottom. Just want to announce to the council and the public, we just found out that we received the American Public Works Association Coachella Valley Branch Project of Merit Award for 2025. For this project, so very good job to the City Council and our city team on this project for Phase 1 of the Public Safety Campus. Okay. Not me, them. I didn't work on that project, so that's everybody else. So just an idea of what's going on in the Public Safety Campus. This is a map. On the bottom you see Dr. Carrion, on the left you see Jackson Street. So you have the Public Services Building, the PSS right there, Dispatch Center already built, Fire Station 86. Where that parking lot is proposed is where the current headquarters building is, and highlighted would be the new police headquarters building. A little under 28,000 square feet is proposed. So this is an aerial conceptual view of what that new building would look like right there on the corner, complementing the other facilities that are already built. Here's another view of that frontage of the building. That's the corner of Dr. Carrion and Jackson. Here's an interior of the lobby. This is what folks would see when they walk in, and they are interacting with our police staff at the front lobby. These are some of the staff areas where the folks would work, so this is right behind that lobby area. And here's some other interior views. You have the locker room spaces, you have some large meeting room spaces, conference rooms, other areas for our police officers, sergeants, and other police staff to work in. Much improved from our current building. Again, these are high-level conceptual right now. We're working on those very detailed documents that will go out for construction bid by the end of the calendar year. So financing lease structure, again, lease revenue bonds. The way these work is the financing involves the city leasing city-owned properties to a financing authority, which is the Indio Public Financing Authority. The authority subleases the city assets back to the city and issues those bonds. The city agrees to make lease payments to the authority for use and occupancy of those city assets. The lease payments are made by the city from the general fund. Again, this also includes the ability to use our Measure X funds to make those payments like we do on the other bonds. And the lease payments are equal to the debt service due on the bonds. So meaning the lease payment is the same amount as the bond payment. So the authority assigns the city lease payments to a trustee, or we're proposing U.S. Bank, on behalf of the bond holders. So these are the assets that we're currently using. Some of these for the bonds that were issued for the Phase 1 Public Safety Campus, the library, and City Hall, and what we'll be using for 2025A bonds. Also note there's a couple asterisks there. Those are for the current City Hall and for the current police department building. Those would be used, but then also when they're demolished, we'd switch over to securing the bond against the newer buildings once they're occupied. So financing overview, we had a very robust call with S&P. Ruby Waller, our finance director, our city manager, Brian Montgomery, and our whole municipal advising team. And we were able to achieve an A+ rating, the stable outlook on our economy, as mentioned by many of the councils earlier today. So these lease revenue bonds, we're looking at a fixed rate of about 30 years and have tax-exempt borrowing. The payments would be 2 payments per year, so a payment May 1st and a payment November 1st. If this item is approved, our first payment would be November 1st, 2025 of this year. These payments will be secured by the city's general fund. The city will make necessary annual appropriations. All lease payments will be included in the city's annual budget. So moving forward, we'll be planning to make those lease payments as we develop our budget. Bond proceeds will finance the new police headquarters as outlined, and we'll have capitalized interest through May 1, Cap I term to cover through construction and completion, plus an additional 6 months. So insurance requirements, we make sure that we have all that covered as well. So this is the estimated sources and uses. The par amount for the bond is $30 million. There's a premium on top of that. And then we have the amount that's available for project funding, the capitalized interest, and then delivery date expenses. So this is basically amortization schedule, if you will, the estimated debt service payments. So a $30 million bond at a interest rate of about 5.07, and the annual payments are 1.975. When we presented to you back in March, we were estimating around $2 million payments, so we got a little bit under that. We got a good interest rate. Again, we have our financing team. These gentlemen are here, our bond counsel and disclosure counsel, Brian Forbath, municipal advisor, Jim Fabian, and also our bond underwriter, Ralph Holmes, is here as well. So this is the preliminary timeline. We're here today. If the city council approves moving forward, we'd post a preliminary official statement next week, August 27th. Hopefully sell the bonds right after Labor Day, and then close on those a couple weeks later, with those proceeds delivered to the city. Again, just an update from what we presented in March. So we're still within this budget, estimating about $45 million to build this facility. Again, we have $10 million in the bank in the CIP, $30 million from bonds, and then we anticipate having some reserve and contingency left over from the prior public safety campus project and City Hall Library, about $5 to $6 million that we can allocate. That would be the total $45 million. And as I mentioned to the ad hoc committee, we're working with the team to hopefully get that estimated, it's a very conservative estimate, but maybe get that price a little bit down, sharpen our pencil. But we have the ability to do that because we're working with a team that we're very comfortable with Holt and Tilden. Again, overall project timeline for the campus, we've been working on the design and development construction documents. Should have those by the end of the calendar year. Early next year, go out to construction bid. We present those bids back to council for consideration of award of construction contracts. If all that looks good, they would do a groundbreaking of mid-2026, 24-month construction period, buildings done, construction done, mid-2028. And I'm available, plus our finance team, our finance director, city manager, for any questions.
First off, I want to thank you, Jonathan, for helping lead this project. It's, basically the final piece of our public safety campus. And thank you to all the team, Montgomery and everyone, for making sure this happens, because it's very important. This is the part where actually troops are in, where all our staff is headquartered for everything they need. So the other building just isn't adequate anymore, especially with the amount of officers we have and that we're going to have in the future. So this is a great addition to it. But Holt Architecture, yourself, Tilden Coyle, ad hoc team, chief, they all did a great job of putting this together and working with the IPOA and a few others to make sure that it was exactly what the police department needed. So thank you very much for your hard work. Mr. Gutron?
Having the privilege of being on the ad hoc committee, and I know we had discussions on how that would work. The building has been a wish since 1997. We moved in 1979. The great thing that our government did at that point is invest in 8.4 acres, never envisioning that would be the place after we had located at 3 others. And I'm going to quote Wayman Furman. I don't mean to be long-winded, but it's a proud moment. And I know that even Wayman had even said, I'd like to see a campus. I'd like to see this done. So I thought about when we were doing that. And I know Elaine had some strong points on how that would get done, and Oscar, everybody had a viewpoint on this. But we moved quick. I mean, I was elected to council 11 weeks after the council, because the council support and the staff, we came back with something, and we're transparent about it, and as informative as we could be. What you don't know is the sewer lines have failed twice. We've been flooded. The air conditioning, it's working at 60%, and we were going to invest $5 million to give it basically what I call it, lipstick on pig. It wasn't going to work. And the investment is good, because this investment will last 30 to 40 years. The challenge is we have to maintain all these buildings. And that was one of the biggest failure. Unfortunately, I can speak about it because I lived through it for 40 years. We just didn't maintain for all kinds of reasons. This is a good step. Everybody's done a really good team. And the really neat thing about it is that the builder and the architect are working on projects in other public facilities throughout San Bernardino and Riverside County, and they told us at our last ad hoc committee that we're ahead of those that were already started a year ago. And so we're moving forward like everything else, but my hat's off to all of you, but at the end of the day, it benefits the community, and the way it's designed, it's a better project than the first two of phase one. Well, every nickel will be in there, and every nickel will be done right. Thank you.
Alrighty. Anyone else, or are we going to go into public comments?
Well, I mean to be long-winded
Oh,
tonight.
Mr. Furman.
No, I want to echo what everybody else said, and thank you, Jonathan, our city manager, all the folks who are contract with us, our ad hoc committee. I mean, it's another historical moment in our city, and this underscores everything we've been talking about today. And this is going to support our police. You know, fire's already done, but this is going to support our police and give them a place where they could come to and feel comfortable, right? Our facilities, we're getting old, but if you look at our public safety campus, if you look at our library, if you look at our city hall, it's coming along, and that shows the progress, right? So I'm extremely excited for our police officers and the support staff to have the necessary facilities they need to keep our communities safe. And this is a part or a piece of the puzzle when it comes to public safety that goes hand in hand with economic development. It goes hand in hand with our communities. It goes hand in hand with the growth. Folks are not going to move to a community where they don't feel safe, and it starts there. So, you know, like I'm extremely excited about this, and congratulations to our community and our police force for these facilities, because this is a huge, giant project, and I can't wait till it's done to just walk in there and see it, because what it already looks like now, the campus is nice, but there's a spot there that needs to be filled, and this is it. So congratulations on the work.
Thank you, Mr. Furman. Chief, did you have anything you wanted to say?
Mayor, council, our community, I just want to say thank you for making this possible. Jonathan, great teamwork with the team that you brought together. So thank you, everybody.
Okay. With that, then we'll open up the public hearing. Jonathan, would like to speak? Is there anybody here? Do we need to talk to bond counsel? Anybody wishing to speak? I have no anybody that would like to speak on this item. I have no request to speak forms. So that I will close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the council?
I just got a quick comment. I know, as Mr. Huiton mentioned, this is a much-needed facility for the safety and efficiency, of our officers there, and it goes together with the investments that we're making here at City Hall for our other workers, right, and the investments that we've made to the other two public facilities for our firefighters and our administrators at the police station. And it's also the preparation for the growth, as Wayman mentioned, right? We're a growing city. We're going to have a lot of needs coming in. We have a lot of phone calls that come in every week for services, and so this is going to get us ready for that growth and provide the necessary facilities for our police officers there. So I want to thank our staff for bringing this forward. Thanks.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
That's right.
This is one of the things we promised our residents, is that we would build the public safety campus to make sure that it was what our city was growing into and needed. So is anybody wanting to make a motion? Or?
I'll make the motion, hold the public hearing to City Council adoption of resolution number 10514, authorizing the execution and delivery of a First Amendment to lease agreement in connection with the issuance of not to exceed $35 million in lease revenue bonds and approving related documents and actions therewith. Indio Public Finance Authority Board of Directors adoption of resolution number 2025-14, authorizing the issuance of lease revenue bonds in an amount not to exceed $35 million and approving related documents and actions therewith.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. First by Mayor Pro Tem Holmes, second by Councilmember Furman. Please vote.
Second by Councilmember Trump.
Good, excuse me.
I don't want to steal his thunder.
Okay.
I look as good as Wayman.
Passed unanimously, 5-0. With that, we ended all of our items, except we move on to public comments now for items not on the agenda. And we'll move to having everybody come up to the podium. As I read your name, please, you have 3 minutes. The timer's up on the board there, so please make your comments and make sure that you keep an eye on that. Ms. Nunez, if you could come up, please, if you'd like to speak.
Hope I wasn't first, but hold on. Hi, everyone. Maribel Nunez with the Inland Equity Community Land Trust and IE Tenant Union. We have an Indio chapter. I wanted to thank the mayor, or just give a shout out to the mayor and the city council and the city manager. And I'm here to speak about mobile home park resident issues and residents that live in apartments. There's a lot of issues that relate to habitability, harassment, rent increases. And so I did send out an email to the city manager and to Councilmember Wayman, and I will forward that to the rest of the council. Our organization is not asking for funds. We're just wanting to kind of elevate some of the state laws to make sure that they're being enforced. And there's cities that we have worked with in the past to create local laws that the cities could actually introduce ordinances that relate to just cause and rentalization for apartments. I know that we were glad to hear about mobile home parks rentalization ordinances. So just working more with your Mobile Home Fair Practice Commission to meet more regularly, because there's going to be some testimonies to bring some of those issues that are coming up. But yeah, we work with legal aids, Inland County Legal Services, Fair Housing. Like I said, we can do more than what's at the state level. Or cities, we helped in the city of Paris, in Corona, Jurupa Valley to work towards rentalization ordinances. There's a lot of issues with mobile home park residents, people not having access to the clubhouse, cameras not working. So one example with the rentalization or your mobile home park rentalization ordinance is reduction of services, reduction of rent. That needs to be included in your mobile home park rentalization ordinance. And then put a rent cap. There is no real rent cap. And then we want the city to evaluate your code enforcement if you have enough staff to do code enforcement, not only mobile home parks, but maybe apartments as well. So we're open to, if you need our help, to do outreach and education, workshops. And then one thing that I provided a copy is for apartments to do, like I said, this is what we're working on the city of Paris for rentalization ordinance. So it's a new law that goes beyond the state. So there's an opportunity, like cities have done it all over. There's hundreds of cities that have done it in Santa Ana, Pasadena. Those are good examples to look at. That includes, and we could focus on the mom and papas, and it could be cost neutral, that residents are willing to pay $5 a month, all the tenants, and it'll be cost neutral. We see that Section 8 is being impacted. Rents are going up, wages are stagnant. So this is one of the ways to prevent homelessness. So let's work together. I ask the council, let's push some rentalization ordinances and strengthen with the laws that you have today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, the next request we speak I have is Virginia Armendariz.
Hello, everyone. My name is Virginia Armendariz, and I'm the site counselor. I'm site manager of Town Mobile Home Park that's located behind the Larson Courthouse. I have been there for going on 14 years now, and it's really in bad shape. When we first started working there, there were 2 leaks, one in the office and one in the kitchen. I told my boss about them, and all they did was give me lip service. So the next year, I was in the office and it collapsed, the ceiling collapsed on my head, leaving a big scar on my head. And when I woke up, I immediately ran to the bathroom. Second year, we were there in the kitchen. It collapsed again, missing my head by 10 minutes. There's big holes in the linoleum flooring. This place was built back in the 40s or 50s when they used asbestos in the flooring. I've had it tested 5 times now, and it's come up positive for both black toxic mold and asbestos fibers, and they have not done anything now. I'm dealing with mold in the bathroom, and it is so bad that it is eating up the walls, and it looks like it's about ready to collapse inside the shower. They know about it. There's a big hole also in the bathroom. There's a great big hole in the bedroom about the size of that seal right there that has asbestos fibers. They refuse to do anything about it. The electrical system in there is terrible. We have a cord, an extension cord coming from the outside box through the bathroom, through the hall, the front room AC window, and it surges, and the cord is so hard, you can't even tell it's an extension cord. I've been told that there are so many violations about that from a lot of electricians, and they still haven't addressed it. And that's just in my office and my apartment. They're paying me under minimum wage as well. And in the park, the same thing. The electrical system is outdated. We have power surges every summer. We've already had an electrical fire there back in 2014 on Father's Day, and people were without power for 5 days, and they weren't, they compensated for the motels and the food in the refrigerators that went bad. The parking situation is horrendous. You can't even get down the street, one car, one down the street. Oh, my time's up. There are so many other issues there, vandalism, dogs running wild. I need some help. I need someone to help me out with this situation. Thank you.
Mayor, are we having somebody connect with her? Or,
Yeah.
I mean.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, and city manager. My name is Claudia, and my Mexican name is Citlali, and I am a proud resident of the city of Indio. I am here today to speak in support of a stronger tenants, I lost my spot. Tenant protection, specifically on the proposal for tenants for rent stabilization and just cause eviction policies. I want to just briefly share my experience living here in the city of Indio these last 5 years. I've had to move in the last 5 years about more than 5 times within the city because of rent increases. In my current apartment, and I literally live down the street, the rent has gone up more than 6%, and this just past 2 years, let alone this past year. I know that for many, paying $1,500, $1,600 may not seem like a lot, but for myself and many of my neighbors, this can be a lot. Currently, I am juggling several jobs, and as well as my neighbors. So that, with that being said, that means that I've had to make some choices, whether that was cutting back on food, delaying medical needs, and even putting school on hold. And for many other residents in the city of Indio, I'm sure they have experienced some type of financial situations trying to keep up with the rent fees, which this has made it really difficult. And as much as I love the city of Indio and I want to continue living here, these are some of the challenges that I face. So neighbors of mine have dealt, as mentioned from other tenants, mold, bug infestations, electrical problems, and many property managers have intimidated myself and other tenants, violated privacy, and anyone really from the tenants that speak up. I've been very fortunate to try to, get through these situations, but I know that for many other of my neighbors, they find it very difficult, especially when English is not their first language. So basically, I am here to also ask for support. Oh, I ran out of time. Ask for support during this rent stabilization ordinance, which will be very beneficial for many residents here in the city of Indio. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council, staff. I lived in Indio from 74 to 86. I retired 5 years ago and decided to move back, and the change is just stunning. Every time I drive around, I just can't believe what 40 years has accomplished. It went by quick, but boy, you've done a great job of transforming the city. That said, my early part of my career, I was a city planner. I worked for Riverside County as a planner, Desert Hot Springs, and also Indian Wells. And after I gave up the planning thing, I went to work in home building. I built 400 homes in the city of Indio, Sundance, Jackson Park, and Regency Park. So I've had a lot of interaction with staff, Bill Northrup, Phil Hawes, the list goes on. And this staff here is just great, just like the ones in the past. That said, planning's in my bones. So I've been reading the general plan and reading the Unified Development Code. And something really struck me looking at it. We all know the state makes all the laws for planning. The cities don't, the counties don't. And reading it, starting with the general plan, it was clear that it's a binding document, and that also you had to make your zoning in compliance with the general plan, which I believe is 100% completed. So going through the Unified Code, the first thing it says is that the city will take no action that would permit, license, or approve any activity that's not in compliance with the general plan. Going further into the zoning ordinance, it's clear from reading it, I think the section is, it's on page 21 and 22, that all residential zones prohibit any lodging, any outdoor entertainment, indoor entertainment, dining, regardless of which zone it's in, from mobile homes all the way to desert estates. And it would seem like this discussion of TUPs and single residency, short-term residence, really needs to be looked at in terms of what the general plan says and what the zoning ordinance says. I think it's, the layman looking at it would read it that you can't approve those things in those zones. But that's just, my opinion, and I talked to Brian a little bit about that. But I think it's a timely issue to look at before we get into further discussions about the TUPs and the short-term residentials. All right, thank you.
Hi, my name's April Sanders. Thank you, City Council, City Manager, Mayor. I live in Trilogy at the Polo Club, and I want to tell you, I never know what my weekend's going to be like. Sometimes I'll get a TUP at 4 o'clock in the afternoon that there's going to be a party behind my house with 400 people. Sometimes there's 30 buses coming in and out of the street 3 houses away from me. Recently, there was a hotel built behind my house. It's listed on Google as a hotel. It's called the Wander Estate. They had a party on June 20th and June 21st where they had a DJ that started at 5 p.m. and went till 1 a.m. in the morning. I called the police, so did my neighbors multiple times. They came out, they'd turn the music down, the police would leave, and the music would go right back up. The next day, on June 21st, at 6:30 a.m., the DJ started up again. Now, also, when they have these parties at the Wander Estate, they have lights this big that shine into my bedroom, both of my neighbors' bedrooms, and they have the lights on until 2 o'clock in the morning. And it's literally, I have shutters on my windows, and it's literally completely lit up. My biggest disappointment is during this weekend, the police were called by me 4 times. They came out 4 times and never cited the Wander Estate. Told them to turn it down, shook their hands, and left. So I don't know, and I know many of you. I've been talking to you since the Diplo disaster in 2022 where there were 500 people at an after party at the Zenda Estate. But I want to know how you think this is fair to the people that live in Trilogy at the Polo Club, that we have to endure this. And how are we supposed to plan our weekend when we get a TUP that is approved the morning of the event? And I would really like to know why that is occurring. And I've also noticed the last 5 TUPs that were pulled for the Zenda Estate had no city signature on it. So I'm curious about that. But my biggest concern is, how is there a hotel listed on Google operating behind my home, the Wander Estate, and why was it approved? It was just built 2 years ago. Why was it approved by the city? So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Mr. Doherty?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members, staff. My name is Jay Doherty. I'm also a resident, permanent resident of the Trilogy Polo community. Lived in Indio 5 years. After 40 years in California, this is my permanent home. And I'm here with some of my neighbors to discuss the same thing that April was just talking about, really. I'm going to just take it, and Mr. Sullivan mentioned from a more legal perspective. I've been a lawyer for 40 years. I'm a professor emeritus at Loyola Law School. This is not my field, however, so I'm going to take a little higher level look at what my prior neighbors just mentioned. I think that, as you know, complying with your plan and with your zoning requirements is a fundamental obligation that you have to us and that governments have to their citizens. There's compliance de jure and compliance de facto, sorry for the Latin, compliance in the law and compliance in fact. And what Ms. Sanders has just pointed out is that even though these communities just to the north of our community are zoned for single-family homes. My wife and I looked at that before we moved in, and many of our neighbors did. We have 1,000 families in our community, and I know there's only a few of us here today, but the community feels very strongly about what's going on in those homes. They're zoned for single-family use, and April just gave you a few examples of what's gone on there for years, and effectively, de facto, in fact, what's going on is that these zoning requirements are not being complied with because they're being overcome by these temporary use permits that are constantly issued for these homes. And it's just a matter of fundamental fairness and equity. And that these zoning requirements are adhered to by not issuing these kinds of constant permits that effectively create hotels and parties in the area. I'm a musician, as you might tell from my clothes. I knew what I was getting into in moving to Coachella, Indio, Coachella Valley Festival, but I looked at these single-family residences to the north of me, and I expected that, and that's not what we have, I can assure you there. Secondly, as a financial matter, I always told my students, litigation is fine, but it costs a lot of money to win a lawsuit. And if there's a negotiated settlement resolution for problems like this, it should be followed. It's the responsible thing to do. It's irresponsible not to resolve it by negotiation. It's my understanding that negotiations have been going on between some of my neighbors and between lawyers on behalf of the city to resolve these problems. And I'm of the understanding that in spite of the success of those negotiations, the lawyer has been pulled off the negotiations. They've stopped, and I think that it's that the government owes it to the community to, sorry, my time is up. The government owes it to the community to give us transparency on this, explain what's happened here, why these negotiations have been discontinued, and frankly, I would urge you to continue these non-litigation, extra-litigation negotiations to resolve the problems between our huge community and this small group of wealthy people that are running hotels in what should be single-family homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Mr. Zizian?
Good evening, members of council, staff, city manager. I'm the drummer in his band, so I'm not against music. My name is Richard Zizian. I'm a resident of Trilogy Polo Club. You all know me. I've been before the council several times relating to the Zenda Los Palos matters. Over the past 3 years, a number of Trilogy homeowners have met with the city manager, Brian Montgomery, and staff, and we've presented our issues before this council on multiple occasions. For 32 of those months, we residents of Trilogy have received no consideration from the city council or the city manager. Despite all of the great things that have happened in this community in the last 3 years, we just heard this evening, we haven't been the beneficiary of any of those. So, as you are aware as the council, a lawsuit has been filed because things have not happened in our community, which is the last things that we residents really wanted to happen. Even despite the pending lawsuit, a novel idea was proposed that the city appoint a city attorney to work with us to see if we could develop some non-litigious solutions. To us, that was the cause for celebration. Finally, we had direct collaboration and line of communication with the city. Attorney Elizabeth Martin of Cole Hubbard was appointed to work with our group. She was a godsend. She had true concern for our dilemma, acknowledging that nothing like the Zenda Los Palos Trilogy condition probably existed anywhere else in the country. Elizabeth was responsive to our needs, and together we created some major solutions that would, at a minimum, allow us to manage the crisis and improve our quality of life. She was honest and forthright, and she was willing to admit that the city of Indio has not been a friend to the residents of Trilogy, and there were positive steps that could be taken. We completed our work 2 weeks ago. The next step was for Ms. Martin to present our ideas to staff and council. We were all responsible for taking and implementing these as soon as possible with the blessing of the council and staff. They were easy fixes to existing laws. While the 2,000 residents of Trilogy were anxiously awaiting to see our proposal appear on the council agenda, we were shocked to find out that last week, Ms. Martin was removed from our project and her services terminated, and there's nothing on the agenda. We have one question: why? It was so positive. We were really hoping we were making some non-litigious improvements so we could start. It's going to take a long time to fix this, but we had some really good suggestions. All she needed was a chance to present him. Now, we're back to square one. That's our problem, and it's your problem too. We have one request of the council. Please reappoint Ms. Martin to our project and let us have our day in front of you to prove that there are positive solutions immediately available. The situation of the last 3 years has gotten worse with the new rental homes, and I appeal to your sense of fairness. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. That's it for the request to speak. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak at this time? Okay, with that, we are going to go back into closed session. We have 3.2 to 3.4 we need to do. Mr. Pacifico, what do we need to do? Do we need to report out after this, or how do you want to handle this?
I don't anticipate we're going to have reportable action, but we should reconvene at the end of closed session just to confirm that fact.
Okay, so we will go into closed session. And Mr. Furman, you wanted to honor an individual. Would you like to do a moment of silence since we're going to probably be here mostly by ourselves?
Yeah. Well, I'd like to honor one of our local business owners who lost her life. They own Desert Off-Roads here in Indio. Her name is Ivana Gomez. And just a moment of silence for her and her family. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll adjourn a closed session. For those of you not coming back, our next meeting will be September 17th, and we'll be back to report out.